Good morning. How are you guys? Morning. Okay, we're going to start here today. With today is Friday, August the 8th, 2025. We wish you all a great morning. And we're going to be starting off our program for today. I have a few things that we have to say before we continue on. Tonight, we'll be have a casino shuttle. We'll be going to the casino and returning at, I forget what time it is here, but once it's gone, it's not coming back. So if you want to stay extra long at the casino, maybe till like 4 in the morning, you'll have to take a taxi back or walk home or ride home in a limousine. It depends how you spend your money. Now, I went to that casino 2 weeks ago up at Big Phillips. I won $180. Oh, I was so happy. Not even funny. But it cost me $275 to win it, so you don't get too much luxury out of that, eh? Oh, my wife was mad at me. My girlfriend wouldn't talk to me for 2 days after, but I still won. Okay, so that's what will be taking place. And if anything you want to say today or about the conference, please do so. You'll have time to do that. And then we're going to have, at 9 o'clock, we have site search update by Aaron. And then he's going to be doing that at 9:30, 11, 10 o'clock again as a refreshment. Then we're going to the class action by Hendrik. And then chief and coroner update. That will be live screened out here on the thing at 11:15 today. And then after that, we'll be continuing on with our program. So there's not much to do right now, so we'd like to, in about maybe 10 minutes, call on the drum to do an opening for the day. And then whoever wants to do a presentation here, we'll get started as soon as possible. So go wake up your friends. Tell them I seen some at the casino last night. I got up at 3 in the morning, went there. I don't even know what time it's closed, this thing. Okay, as soon as we get all set up here, we'll be opening the day here. And we got some room for out in the hall, I believe, for interviews. Not too sure what it is, though, but I'll try to find that out. It doesn't say on here. Do you know where the interviews are going to be? Room C. Oh, I believe it's in room C. I'm not quite sure. I'll find this out. I'm going to check this out. I got a couple of notes that got to be checked out here. And I think tomorrow is checkout day for people that's staying here. And that woman that left her purse in my room, I know she's Aboriginal. Was a bingo dabber in there. And an old ticket for Big Phillips Casino, or whatever that is. Phillips Casino. And also, there will be breakfast available tomorrow if anybody wants to, before we get her out here on our road to wherever we're going, to National Indian Capital, Grassy. And I just want to let you know the beauty contests in Big Grassy are not Big Grassy, but Grassy Narrows has been canceled this year. Last year, they had no winners. I came in third, and I'm not even from Big Grassy or Grassy Narrows. I get these guys mixed up. These are all grassy up here. I don't know why. Okay. And also, too, if you got a chance to drop by Macintosh, it has a beautiful display up there of names of past people that were in there. I was going to do this on this trip, but we have a commitment I have to do. But it's just past. Oh, what's that place called? Oh, what's it called there? Pardon? Yeah, Vermilion Bay. It's up there. It's a little ways up there. It's a beautiful ride, but it has a bad ending up there. It's got they built a beautiful. I was up there twice actually, and that's where I started my journey of residential school. Was in Macintosh. Yeah, and that's that guy over there. I don't know. He beat me up when I was a kid. I would give him I only had one piece of gum left. I was chewing it for an hour, and he wanted to chew it for the rest of the day. What a cheap Indian! He wanted to chew my gum. I stole it from underneath the bingo table down in Vermilion Bay, and he wanted half of it. That's crazy. Yeah, that's my gum story. Okay, so we're going to be getting the drum ready here to start our day here, so we can. And I don't know if anybody did a prayer this morning, or I think somebody did, but I'm not sure. And these beautiful girls that are serving me over there are looking at me like I was single. Oh, they're all checking me out over there. Yeah, I told them I was married to Belinda. Belinda was the former Miss Front Street in Thunder Bay. I don't know if you know her. She was on the. I don't know if she's in the building. If she is, I'll let you know so you can get some autographs and some pictures. Okay, it's coming up to 7. In 15 minutes, we're going to do recaps. So we can get the drum all set up and ready to go, and we'll be starting here in about 10 minutes. You look young.
25.
Oh, you don't look that even.
No, usually people saying 50. Yeah. Okay.
No, but I do have a wheel of names draw if you want to draw for me.
Okay, when do you want to do it?
Right now, if you would.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Arnold's Kelly will do another prayer, and they're just gonna go find him. Yeah.
Got that wheel thing?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's okay.
Oh, I was just saying, 'cause we do have a Matthew's one, which is your the reclamation healing level.
Oh my god, that would be awesome.
All you need to do is send me the spreadsheet, and then we can pop it up.
Perfect. I'm just gonna do this one for now.
Oh, and then you're good. Yeah, never mind.
Yes, there is.
Also, we're looking into maybe how to do incision on the lid.
Yeah,
But
did she tell you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was the only
hopefully,
thing.
hopefully we'll be able to sort that out. But
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll get you.
You going to do a wheel thing or?
Yeah. So if you want to, I'll get you to just tap. So So, well, when it stops again, I'll. So, but. So I'll get you to tap.
No?
Yep. And then
We'll start.
here we go.
There we go. Let's go.
So that's the first one.
Okay, we have a prize coming up here. If anybody's got their name, you must claim it. The winner of this prize is Liz Esquega. Sure. You won an all-expensive paid trip to Wabigoon.
This gentleman for the ballots.
And we have for the Steve Gouchain, you won a prize also. Steve Gouchain, if you're in the audience, you got a prize. You've won a trip to the county jail. Where's Steve? Is he here? Oh, well, just give me. Okay. Is Arnold going to say a prayer? Yeah. Okay. Okay. How do you want to do that? Do you want a microphone to it?
Oh, bonjour, de magnetok. Kak te bitten de jo. Send us up because I take do them. Just want to take a few minutes of your time to say thank you to our political leadership and also our elders advisory and our coordinators and supporters of this gathering. Today is the last day. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank everybody for a very successful gathering that we had here, that we're having here. And as such, you know, on the last day, it's going to be a very difficult, very emotional day. But let's be thankful that we had this time together, a time for us to share and to have good visits and make new friends. And I just want to make special acknowledgement from our brothers and sisters from the Lake Superior area, the ones over on this corner over here, from Rocky Bay and also from the Mission in Thunder Bay. And I've seen them around in a power trail, and I got to know them, and especially, and in this gathering here, we sat down and had a visit over in the restaurant area yesterday, and one of them is a close relative of mine from Wabugon First Nation. Very close, because my grandmother is from Wabugon. She was a Pichinese before she married my grandpa. And it was, the more we visited and the more we got to know each other. And that's what this gathering is all about, you know, to come together as a group, make new friends, and cherish those friendships going forward. Looking forward again to get together somewhere, sometime, someplace, and to continue the dialogue that we built up over here is a very strong unity that we have here. And it's the same thing with the other groups that we had bonded with. A very good relationship that we have. So it's going to be a little bit sad to go our own ways, but we have a saying in our with our people. Panamamino piwapandi. Until we see each other again sometimes, someplace, somewhere. We'll get together again. Mia and Migoch, Migoch, and Kinawi Makaya at Mia, Migoch.
Thank you, Arnold. Chimigwech. Okay, we're going to call on the drum group from Grassy. I can't pronounce her name. I always forget it. I forgot the girl I was with last night, too. I can't think of her name. But that doesn't matter. She just called me honey. Sweetheart. So they're ready to go? There's only... Oh, there he is. We're going to start our morning by Grassy Narrow Singers. All rise. Thank you, Chimigwech. Okay, just got a couple more things before we start here. Anybody that's got a need mileage signed or whatever they do with their card there, got to go over see Shannon to get their mileage put together. And that will be done this morning for those that are traveling. Okay. Okay, at 9 o'clock, we're going to call up Aaron. It should be just about shortly here. Okay, there's just a few things that we got to do, and then we'll get started with our day. First of all, tonight is casino night. You got a voucher for $25 or so. You could use that, but there's one shuttle going out there, and I don't know what time it's returning, but it's only going out once and back. And after that, if you're out there, you have to find your own way back. And if you got lots of money, take a limousine. If not, if you don't lose all your money, walk. You'll get there by morning. I don't know where the heck I think it's at Phillips Casino. And to start this day off, we'd like to start it off in a good way. I just want to see how everybody's paying attention, okay? I want to know this here. And I'm going to do a little old thing that was taught to me by an old Indian, very old. He was around 1995, and he only had 2 girlfriends. So his memory wasn't all that good. But I want to test your memory. I want everybody to look at this microphone. I want everybody to take their hands and put it out like that. Everybody, come on, put your hands out like that. I want everybody to make a small little circle like this. See that little circle? Everybody make that little circle like this. And I want everybody to put that little circle on their chin like this. No, your chin, not your, geez, what's wrong with you guys? Don't you know where your chin is? You all got it on your cheek. Don't look at me. Just do what you got told. Wonder we lost this damn country. We don't know where our chin and cheek is. Anyhow, that's just a little thing I thought it would be interesting to do. Okay, so we're going to start off with recap. Anybody got any questions to talk to, or if anybody wants to say anything about something? I've got no moderator, or if you want to do something, but all these little forms that you got, fill them out. They're very important for our next meeting. And we have people over here at the reconciliation booth and the other booth. Go visit these people and check them out, whatever information. Because whatever we do to help our next conferences and stuff like that is very important. So we got to fill out all these papers. And we got to. What time are you set up there? I'm talking to you. Look at me. What time are you going to set up your? Okay, got it. And it's the interviews. Okay. Do you want to mention it here for a second? Okay.
Wajay. Yeah, good morning, everyone. We are going to continue on with our interviews for the project, and we have spots available from 1 o'clock to 6 o'clock. So we have 5 spots available this afternoon, and if anybody feels really inclined to do their interviews, please come to the embassy room. You can sign up at the back with Shannon. There's a sign-up sheet there as well, and we'd really like to capture your story, whether it's at McIntosh or any other Indian residential school. We are here for you to document your story and to have it on the record as well. And we are also archiving these interviews. Not only will they be used for our documentary, but we will also be archiving them for the record, and they will be available on a website in future. And we thank you for your time and taking the time to sit with us to tell us your story at McIntosh or any other residential school you may have attended. I know there was a lot of elders that had even went to 2 residential schools that I know of. So you're more than welcome to join us. I really urge you to come and speak your truth and you're in a safe space with us as well, and I just want you to know that. And thank you very much. Kananaskamitin kikiao miigwech.
Where's the location going to be?
Oh, the location is Embassy C, and it's just past the restaurant on the right side, just past the doors, where the first room, just past those doors, to the other side of where all the embassy rooms are. Yeah, Embassy C. Thanks, and we'll be there right at 1 o'clock, ready to go. And I know Steve, if he's around, you're up at 1 o'clock, and I know Geraldine wants to join us, so we have 3 more spots available and we'd really like to fill those spots. So please consider joining us. Thank you.
Chumigwechum. Okay, yesterday was a great day. So, do you want anything to say or? Okay.
I just bought this. I know, I was like, this is calling out to me. Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah, I'll take it. Good morning, everybody. At this time, I'm going to call up our amazing tech lead, Aaron. If anybody else wants to come up and speak as well, please feel free. This gathering, again, is designed so that there's this free time for everybody to speak, share a story, ask questions. That's what we're here for. And if you don't want to speak, again, we have forms that you can fill out if you want to write your story down on paper, or if you want somebody to sit beside you and write your story down. We are absolutely here to do that. I'm just going to let Aaron set up here quickly. Also wanted to announce as well, as you can see right outside the doors, we have another vendor here today. So go and take a look at the merchandise. It's beautiful. Oh, Bill wants to speak. Don't be shy, everybody.
Bonjour. When skin is cast me as you can me go on with it. Subscribe. And I just want to say a few things about regarding Macintosh. Gisha again in your thing. Cannot mago for 5-6 years. Anyway, kawit watch the man. It's quite sick. Ugwenyuk, Aaron, Kayat, Kakagi Tuat, my Kagitibachimut, Chinago. Indikagiabach Tuat, Antone Giat, Equimcomwat ne, Chibegamigon, Kagish, Ningo Unda, Benonji mine. I ask Ogini Tashima Animo. Ngi kwento emen chiabatis yat animuk ikenimak kaya ek kaut shiek egino. You know, a dog is a smart animal. That's your best friend. Kiabatis yat kima sin. Aaron kagitibachibat. Kagishi Antone Igewat Winoa Ineain I agent ne kaya titawin tama ni in mama ko ni kanan kagia abatakin kagishim kamawatas ke goe tenik biganishe bishman nasap ogi pagitna yanimo kinsyog yanimo memeskuski shavak ima in kagitane nima Migonasap imagagishin kamawat keko animo ke gyano gimkana pesek o animos miga kashim shinamatabit ima gimkan mi pamana skawint mi kagishe mi etibachimot kego ma tenik mi egawin demonago kagita animos. A dog is a smart animal, but you got to train it as a pup. And you won't see it. I just want to say, my wife next to me had a dog team of her own as a teenager. She trained her little puppies how to pull, how to be strong. As puppies, they would say, Ogiwatabiya, Bisan, Ekwe, Begasagat, Tivachimopan, Danagano Nakot Tivachimot, Gavin, how a dog is being trained or at home. A lot of you have pets. I don't know about cats, I don't know how much. I know dogs. Growing up, my dad had a dog team. That's how we traveled. Before skidos came about, we never used a skido, but a dog is trained properly. Me nashago kuindo nim. Ogiabatis yoganimok. The dogs were used to search the grave sites. 3 times, kids, 3 different dogs. Me by the exact location where the technicians found something, that's where the dogs were there to sit at the same place. See how smart they are. Me the kind of testing we are using our technical people like Aaron and Hendrik and a few others. We really appreciate their expertise. We also appreciate those dogs that came and help out that area. So from there, I much gang, after that. They're going to decide how they're going to proceed forward regarding the search of our loved ones. I thought I should mention that. Thank you for listening. Miigwech. And da nagawin ko guys, mbapo siyapch.
Thank you, Bill. Does anybody else want to speak before I hand it over to Aaron this morning? We love to hear from every one of you. Is it too early? Okay. Aaron, are you ready? Okay. Do you that one back? Yeah. Okay.
Good morning. I'd like to start by thanking Arnold and Bill for their comments this morning. I think they put a lot of things in perspective. Not only about how important it is for us to all come together and gather here and learn from each other and listen to each other and share with each other. But it's also important for us to have an opportunity to share their experiences and share the knowledge that we've gained with each other. So I want to thank Arnold and Bill for sharing this morning. I want to thank everyone for being here this week. It really means a lot to everyone that we're able to share with you. I'd like to thank Jason and all the drummers and Grandmother Drum. Every time I hear you, it makes it something special. And I really appreciate it. So, miigwech for that. Yesterday, I had an opportunity to share with you what we found last year during the ground search at Macintosh School about the 114 depressions, the 108 that we found in the cemetery, the ground penetrating radar information that we feel confirms that these are likely burials. Today, I'd like to share with you the names of those that we believe are still there, and the names of those who didn't make it home. So what I'd like to talk about today is the documents and the records that we're using to try and piece this puzzle back together. I want to talk about the types of records that we have that provide information regarding those who died and or those who are buried at Macintosh that we have been able to access. We've reviewed thousands of pages of documents. There are still a lot that we have not been able to be given permission to look at yet. There's still more. So today's discussion is about the ones that we have been able to review. I'd like to discuss what the reliability and the accuracy of these documents really is, and what are their deficiencies. What can be trusted, but what can't be trusted. We want to talk about who's buried in the cemeteries at Macintosh, but also who might be located outside those cemeteries, because we know that we were starting to find evidence of burials outside that cemetery area. I just want to highlight that there are supports for anyone. Everyone's familiar with the numbers on the screen, but we do have people here, Lester and his team. They're really good people, and I encourage you to reach out in any way that you feel is best for you at any time. I just want to do a quick review of the types of documents that we've been able to access so far, and the types of documents that we've been able to get direct and also indirect information regarding the missing and disappeared at Macintosh Residential School. We actually have a death registry handwritten by, I believe, the Oblates that documented each time they placed someone in the ground. We have handwritten journals kept by the Oblates. We have death certificates issued to the government. We have quarterly reports. I'm sure most people are familiar, but these are reports that were required to be completed by the principal every 3 months. And we're required to list every single student in attendance at the school. The number of students at the school was directly correlated to the funding the school received. It was in their best interest to list every single student on that list, whether they were present or whether they weren't, because they could maximize the funding that they received. There are also some letters and correspondence between government officials I'll be honest though, those aren't really providing information that we didn't already know. What I really want to focus on also is the reliability of these documents to provide information about the missing and disappeared. Every single document I'll talk about today is biased, and they have inherent deficiencies. Almost all accessible primary source documents relating to Macintosh School were written by white male adults, typically possessing the power and authority, in some cases females, being the Oblate sisters. We don't have written accounts of the students and their experiences, or the parents. Government didn't keep those records. And that's why it's so important, the work that Jason and his team, or Sean and his team are doing, to record your stories on video. Your stories need to be part of the record. The government maintained their side, but we need yours. And so anyone who's comfortable, I encourage you to share with Sean and his team to make sure that your stories are part of the record. Not all documents can be relied upon equally, and we can't trust any single document to be the absolute truth. That's fact. People only wrote down what they wanted you to know. They won't write down their secrets and any information they didn't want anyone else to know. We need to critically analyze these records and identify their deficiencies. What can we trust and what shouldn't we trust? What should we question? And so we need to identify what information from each type of record is reliable, what is not, and then we can start looking at patterns and inferences and making some conclusions. This is a page from the death registry that was maintained by the Oblates that recorded every individual that they wanted to record that was buried in a cemetery at Macintosh. They maintained this registry from 1925 to 1969, which is the same years that the Oblates were on the Macintosh property. These records record the name, the age, the date of their death, the name of their parents, or if they're a spouse, the priest who oversaw that burial, the date that that burial occurred, and the place of that burial. You can see it right there. It says Macintosh. There doesn't seem to be much doubt. And in some cases, it provides extra remarks. So this is a pretty good document that may have been written down by people who were present when these burials were occurring. It's almost like eyewitness accounts. But what it doesn't tell us are the students who didn't make it home that may have been from sick at the hospitals or had ran away, or those that weren't placed in the cemetery. So this is useful, but it doesn't tell the whole story. Last year we had the opportunity to meet with the Oblates, and we told them we wanted their records, the ones that aren't accessible to everyone. They gave us some, and one of them is what they call the Codex. It's the handwritten journal maintained by the priest who was responsible for overseeing Macintosh Residential School. Now, you might think that this would be a gold mine, that this would provide the answers to all our questions. And it doesn't. When you go through this, and there's 4 volumes, hundreds of pages each, there's very, very, very few entries that regards to children who are sick or died or are buried. It is almost exclusively describing administrative details. Today I went to Quibel. Today I went to Kenora. Today this person visited. Tomorrow I'm visiting this community. It's a day-to-day of what the Oblates were doing, but it didn't give us any information about the children. And you read hundreds of pages of these documents, this journal, and you're going through it going, where's the information? And for any researchers or anyone who's done research out there, you know that you can look through something for days and days and not find what you're looking for. And then maybe on the 3rd day, you find that needle in a haystack. You find a little piece of information that you didn't know before. And that made it all worth it. And that's the entry here of June 7th, 1950. It records that 2 individuals, Jerry Fobister and Joseph Dewase Pelly, were out on the lake and they drowned. We weren't getting this from any other document issued by the government or any other letters. So this was our needle in a haystack. It records that the Oblates buried Joseph in Quibel, and they transported Jerry's to McIntosh, where he was placed in the cemetery. So sometimes it's worth going through days and days of work to find that. We also reached out to the Oblate sisters last year at St. Boniface. These were the nuns, or the sisters, who were at McIntosh. We asked them for their handwritten journals, and we're told that they couldn't be released at this time. So what they provided with us was these type transcriptions for each child that was listed in the journal that references a death. I'm somewhat confident that the text that you see here is what the journal says. But we know that there was many, many other children who died at the school that weren't in the transcriptions that we were given. So was the person that was doing the transcription just didn't see it? Didn't understand what it meant? I don't think they omitted it intentionally. But I think it makes the point that you need to go to the source. You need to have the original document in order to fully understand why something is or isn't there. And I'd like to share 2 entries from that journal that we received. The first is a young boy named Pierre. And we know Pierre's last name from all the other research that we've done. His last name is Loon. This is a story of Pierre Loon. It says on December 27th, he has the flu. Okay. But we know within a couple of days, he had passed. And it says the children were shocked by this sudden death. And the next day, on December 31st, it describes that we all go to the cemetery except for the very young ones. And we see that in other entries of journals. The children were part of this burial procession. The children were taken to the cemetery to watch their friends being placed there. There's one where they were taken there at 4 o'clock in the morning in the middle of winter and forced to stand there and watch. The other entry I'd like to share is of Michael Keewatin. in January 1935. He was a schoolboy when he got sick. The school had some medical facilities. They had an infirmary. Some of the sisters there had some medical training. They had the ability to care for the sick. Instead of caring for Michael, they sent him home to his community, where there was no hospital, there was no doctor, and there was no nurse. And within 2 days, he had passed and was brought back to McIntosh to be buried in the cemetery. We've also tried to find death certificates for every individual that we believe has been placed there. We were able to find a lot on our own, but I'd like to acknowledge the help and support that we've received from the Coroner's Office of Ontario, Dr. Dirk Heyer and Mark and Jordy, because they were able to find some of these certificates that we weren't able to find. And I've really had the privilege of sitting down and having conversations online with Jordy specifically, where we'll go through every single individual and share our knowledge. He did the research on his own, we did our research on our own, and then we came together to share what we had found. And we would go down the list. We'd got it, and then we'd find one. I don't have it. He'd say, I have it. And within 30 seconds, that death certificate was in my email box before he could even finish his sentence. They shared with no conditions and never asked for anything in return. We'd continue to go down the list. Got it. And then he would say, I didn't have that one. I said, I do. And we'd share it with him right away, because they need to have a record of what happened at McIntosh too. They're doing their own investigations. We've had a really good experience collaborating and working with their team, and they've been a huge help. These certificates are really important for some information, but other pieces of information really aren't reliable. This one here is for Marianne O'Cheek. She was from Grassy Narrows, and she passed away in 1934. It lists her parents. It lists the reported cause of death. But the reason that this certificate really struck me is the name of the informant is the Reverend Principal of McIntosh School, and his relation to the deceased as guardian. Her parents, her names are right there. The fact that they recognized the priest as the guardian was a little concerning. These certificates are good for the parents' names because they were completed by the Indian agent. And anyone who's familiar might recognize Frank Edwards' name. His name are all over these. The agent was responsible for documenting the parents and the families and keeping those records. But Frank was quite lazy when it came to actual details to be recorded on these certificates. A lot of the date of deaths are incorrect. The ages, some of them are incorrect. For the most part, the communities are correct. That's really where it is the communities and the parents' names are really good information from these. But you can't always even trust what it says when it provides the information of where that individual was laid to rest. And this one of Isaac O'Cheek, who passed in 1936, they listed his location of death as McIntosh. He was a student there at the time. But their place of burial is the reserve. And if you just trusted this document alone, and you wanted to find where Isaac is, you might go look to the reserve. And the problem is you probably wouldn't find them there. From the Oblate Sisters Journal, we have entries from February 1936 that provides what I consider more truthful information about what actually happened to Isaac. We know that on February 11th, he passed away. And on February 14th, they took his body to the chapel where he was placed in a casket and then moved to the boathouse. And it indicates that they wouldn't bury him that day because they wanted his parents to see him, which was encouraging. But we don't know if his parents actually arrived, because the very next day his service took place in the morning. I feel that this is probably a more accurate representation of where Isaac is than that death certificate completed by the Indian agent who wasn't present when the event occurred. We're also able to get information from those quarterly reports. Those reports that were required by the principal to list every single student that was admitted to the school and had to be produced every 3 months. And again, it was in the principal's best interest to list as many people as possible, even if they weren't physically present, because it influenced the amount of funding the school would receive. The two items here highlighted in yellow. The first is for Therese Muniz. She's from Fort Hope. It lists her as not back, died, to be discharged. It doesn't say where, doesn't say how, but it gives us a clue that we can follow. The other one is for Daisy Mickenack from Osnaburg. It lists her as died, to be discharged. So again, another clue of students who didn't make it home. After reviewing all those documents, we compiled the names of individuals who were students or those that we understand to be buried at McIntosh. The list I'm going to share, a lot of the names are spelt incorrectly because this is the way that the names were spelt in the documents that we're tracing. I don't mean to be disrespectful in any way. We've maintained those spellings for now, and when we're done, I would hope that we have the opportunity to speak with you so that you can correct those spellings and so that those names that are eventually shared have the correct family spellings. So when you see the list, please understand that we will change the names. What we wanted to do was connect the families back together. Having a list of students doesn't tell the whole story. They're part of someone's family, and we wanted to recognize that. And so we started to identify not only their parents, but their siblings, and we want to put these families back together. So we have a master list of individuals who have either died while a student at McIntosh or are buried at the McIntosh cemeteries. And I'd like to share that list with you now. Is it going to come up? There we go. Okay. I'm going to scroll down the list. I'll go a bit slow. But if you see a name here that you're interested in, please feel free to reach out anytime. And I'm happy to sit down with you and share everything that we have. Any name that you see in bold or underlined means that we have information that indicates that that person is still at Macintosh School. And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank one of our elders, Louis, for putting us on this road. On several occasions since last year, Louis has asked, how do we know who everyone is? How do we know which burial is which student? And how do we know that without ever disturbing the ground? So we can't use DNA. And so what we're trying to do is look for patterns. And I know for anyone out there who does this type of research, they're going to immediately recognize that what we're trying to do is almost impossible. And I'll agree. But we don't know unless we try. And maybe doing this research will lead us down another road, another avenue that we can then explore. But we have these depressions at Macintosh. We have 70 that are 4.5 feet or less in length. We're pretty confident that those are children. The rest are longer than 4.5 feet. They could be adults, or they could be multiple people. We also know from work at other Catholic cemeteries that there is typically an interest in trying to place families together within the cemetery. And the limited evidence that we have in Macintosh suggests that they may have been doing that there also. We have the two sisters who are buried side by side and have monuments. Beside them, we have a person named Percy Blow, whose wife worked at Macintosh. What we're seeing is the school administrators were buried together. We also know of two brothers that are buried side by side at Macintosh. So again, there was an effort to try and put families together. We don't have a lot of other evidence to put on this, but by looking at these families, we try to put them back together and to see if there's patterns at Macintosh. We might see a few where they're a child burial, 2 or 3 in a row, and then maybe an adult, and then a child, and then an adult. By knowing the dates of when these people were placed there and their family connections, perhaps we can look for patterns. I don't know if it's possible. It's overly difficult, but we're trying. So thank you, Louis, for putting us on this path. I want to highlight here Marie Veronique Kebishkang from Grassy Narrows, who passed in 1938. Her father, Louis, her mother, Marie, and 4 of her siblings are all buried at Macintosh together, hopefully. But they're all there. So what we're trying to do is put the families back together on paper and then try to see if they're together at Macintosh. And again, if anyone's interested in more information about any name that's on this list, please feel free to reach out at any time. And when I first presented this information to the elders in February, we had just started this. And since then, we've been able to populate over 200 more squares on this. And you'll see that there's still a lot of blanks. So our work isn't done yet. It will continue. And we'll continue to try to find not only who's there, but who their family members are. So what we've also done is made a list of all the children. And again, these are the children who either didn't make it home or are still at Macintosh. And so far we have a list of 152. We also have adults, parents primarily. And we have 62. And so what we've done is we compiled this list of everyone that we understand to be at Macintosh today. And as we go down through the list, we've identified 115 children and 50 adults. And that allows us to start looking for patterns as we do the ground search at Macintosh. We also have a list of those students who didn't make it home, but may be located somewhere else, primarily at hospitals and sanatoriums. And this work continues, and right now we have 28. So out of that 215 that we started with, we still have 7 that we're looking for. So we still have work to do. So one of the questions we wanted to answer is, can we use these documents to identify who might be located at Macintosh outside the cemeteries? A lot of those information about who's in the cemeteries, but what about those who might be outside? We're finding evidence of potential burials outside that cemetery area. So the first one I'd like to share is Elizabeth Pettiquan. And she was lost in 1931. She was living in the Macintosh area. The information for the certificate given to the Indian agent was from the principal at Macintosh School, who said she went out for a walk and never came back. And her cause of death is listed as being lost in the bush. So some of the people that we're still looking for don't have graves. And so that's why we look with our eyes and we've asked others to help. We know Elizabeth wasn't alone that day. She had an 8-month-old son named Leo. His body was never found, and he's presumed to be lost in the bush with his mother. They're part of the story, and they're individuals that we're still looking for. We have a certificate here for the child of Gabrielle and Carriar Lost. Gabriel Lost was the night watchman at Macintosh in 1939 when his daughter was stillborn. We know he and his wife also lost another child at 8 months old. Their other child is listed in that death registry as being buried in Macintosh, but this child is not. Now maybe they just forgot to put the name down. Maybe it was just an administrative error. Or maybe there was requirements that the Roman Catholics needed in order to place people within their cemetery. And there's a good chance that if this child was stillborn, it didn't have an opportunity to be baptized. Now they list the location of burial as being Macintosh School. But we know from other Roman Catholic cemeteries that sometimes these individuals are placed just outside that fenced cemetery, and we have that fence at Macintosh. And that may be why we're seeing those depressions just outside that fenced cemetery boundary. And that's why we need to look outside the cemetery. We have another certificate here of Lydia Land, who was lost in 1943. They did list her place of burial as McIntosh, but she's not in the death registry and she's not in any other records. So again, it may be an administrative error. They may have forgot to write her name down. It's possible. But it's also possible that maybe she didn't meet the requirements to be buried in a Roman Catholic cemetery. Again, we don't think that these individuals were necessarily buried far off in the bush. They were likely close to the cemetery so that their families could visit them. But again, we need to appreciate that when we start to find potential burials and locations, we need to ask ourselves why they're there. We don't think that those documents tell us the entire story. There might be more that we need to look at. And so we're trying to find possible missing children using those quarterly reports, those reports that the principal had to list every single student every 3 months. So we're looking at these documents in an indirect way. We're looking at not necessarily what they say, but maybe what they don't say. And I'd just like to share what we've done with that so far. So what we did is we took all the quarterly reports that we could access, and we have every one from September 1941, and you can see across the top, to September 1952. So we have almost 12 years. And then we have a few in 59, but we really have every single quarter, every 3 months, we have this list for over a decade. And we're looking at that to see if we can find patterns. The text that you see in green indicates that that child was sick. They listed that child as sick in the quarterly report. It must have been somewhat significant for them to list that child as sick. Where it lists at just an L, that means the child was just listed in the report. Nothing significant was noted about that child. And we'd like to see those L's all the way across because we know that that student was there and is not identified as sick. Those that are in orange are those that are listed as having died. What we're looking for in these documents are a couple of things. They were very administrative. Again, these influenced the funding that the school got. So when a student was no longer there, they would typically write to be discharged. Or they would write, if you can see, not back to be discharged, to be discharged. They typically gave a reason why the student was no longer there. So what about the students that didn't have a reason for leaving? If those ran away, they'd be listed as runaway. But what about the students that were just listed every quarter and then fell off the page? They're not listed as discharged. They're not listed as sent home. They're not listed as being sent to the hospital. There's no information about what happened to them. We're trying to find information about these individuals in the records. It's been difficult. So if anyone sees a name here that they recognize, maybe they dated your sister, maybe your family knew them. If you know information, please share it with us because we're trying to track down what happened to them. You'll see here, they were listed all the way through. Robert Anase from Grassy Narrows was to be discharged in 2 quarters, but then he came back to school on March 6th. But by the end of the school year in June, he wasn't listed anymore. I'd like to know why. We don't have a lot of those, which I think is encouraging. But it also says that almost every time we know what happened to that student, and there's only a few instances that we don't. And again, I think we need to understand what happened to them. We also want to know what happened to the students that were sent to the hospitals and sanatoriums and were just discharged. This is Stephen, who came from Martin Falls. He was at the sanatorium from September 1947 to June 1948. He still wasn't back in September 48. They just discharged him from the records so that another student could take his place. We don't know if Stephen made it home. So that's why we're trying to identify the students that were sent to the hospitals and sanatoriums. And we want to know if they've came home. This one's Paul Bird from Constance Lake. He's at the sanatorium for over a year, and then they just stopped recording the information for him. So we're trying to go through and find out what happened to these children. The list that I'm sharing with you right now, that's just the boys. There's a lot of girls too. And you can see the yellow are the ones that we need to find out what happened to them. And sometimes they told us if a child died at the hospital, which is the reason why we want to know if they didn't make it home. Mary Strong from Dallas. They kept recording her at the sanatorium for several years because they were able to put her on the list as an admitted student to get the funding, but then they just stopped recording whether she was at the hospital or not. And this is Julia Loon. She was at the sanatorium. She came back for 1 3-month period, and then she was sent back to the hospital, and they eventually just discharged her from the records without telling us whatever happened to her. These are the names that we're going to continue to follow, and that's why I say the names that I showed you on that list, they may grow. And so we will continue to do this work. The other piece of information I want to share is we're trying to identify possible burial practices from archival sources. We know from the journals that a lot of the children were placed in coffins because they document building the coffins. But something that our elder Catherine asked me so many times last year was, how do we know how many people are in each burial location without ever disturbing them? And so I want to share with you today that sometimes we can find information that supports and leads us to thoughts and ideas. And I apologize for what I'm about to share with you. I think it tells part of the story that's important to tell, but I apologize if it's difficult. This is the photograph of Francois Paul being placed in the cemetery at McIntosh in 1943. Francois was an orphan who was adopted by the Oblates at McIntosh. They considered him one of theirs. When Francois died, he was in St. Boniface Hospital in Manitoba because that's where the Oblates felt that he could get the best care. He was sent to the best hospital. And when he passed, they brought him back to McIntosh. And they documented his burial. What's also important about this is they placed a monument to commemorate the location of where they laid him to rest. and they placed that monument at the base of a large pine tree. This is a photograph of Paul Emile Lands. Paul was also an orphan adopted by the Oblates at McIntosh. He was 3 years old when he's reported to have drowned at the boathouse. And there's conflicting information about what actually happened to Paul, but we know that he passed. And we have this photograph of him. But what's written on the back of the photograph is really important. You can see in the margin, in 1987, somebody took the time to leave us a note sharing with us that they were likely there when Paul was. And they tell us that he was buried in Francis's grave under a big pine tree. And I want his little wood monument to be put back in place. She left that for us there several decades after, almost 40 years after Paul was laid to rest. We know that Paul was buried under a big pine tree with a monument. And last year during our search, we found that piece of carved stone sticking just a bit out of the ground under a big pine tree. We haven't touched the stone, we've left it in place. But based on what I understand and what I believe and the information that I have, I think that this is the location of where Francis is buried, as well as Paul. Now, they left us a note that Paul had a small wooden monument, and she wanted to put back in place. I don't know if this is it or not, but you can see in the top corner there's a small wooden monument that's been displaced from where it originally was, and it's laying on the ground. There's no inscription on it. We don't know who it belonged to, but it just happens to be close by. So I just want to highlight that, each document has value. But we need to value and understand the deficiencies of each document. They need to be recognized in order for us to really understand what they're trying to tell us. And what maybe isn't written there is just as important. There's a lot of discrepancies in the documents. We expect that. They're written by people that only wanted us to know what they wanted us to know. There's going to be discrepancies. But we need to identify what sources are most appropriate for the information that we're looking for. If we're trying to find out who their parents are, maybe we should look at documents that we feel are reliable. If we want to know the dates, maybe we should look at documents written by those who were likely present when the event occurred, not an agent that written the death certificate months or even a year after the fact. We need to understand the biases, and we need to identify the reliability of each document. It helps us to recognize patterns, and it helps us build confidence for inferences and conclusions that we're trying to make to answer the questions that you have. So, Miigwech, thank you for your time today. And if anyone has any questions, please feel free to reach out anytime. Cheers. If anyone does have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
What was the name of that lady and her baby that went missing?
Elizabeth Petaquan. Petaquan? Yeah. I can share the name with you after if you want. I can give you the exact spelling. Yeah, absolutely. I understand that she's related to one of our elders. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So it's okay if anyone wants to have a discussion or has any questions. I'm happy to have those conversations anytime on your schedule. So, Miigwech, thank you.
We have a booth out there selling books, stuff, and it's called Indigenous Reflection. Drop by, look at their stuff. They have beautiful stuff. Okay. We're going to start off with this class action here. Update. I don't know how. Okay, 11:15. We got to start with the class action here. We're going to call on Hendrik. Are you out there in the audience? And we have our song group coming up here shortly. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, just before we get started, need a little bit of support here in the group here. Today is my grandfather's 105th birthday. I would like you to all give him a 105 today. But I just wanted to tell you he's been dead for 68 years, but we still celebrate it anyhow. It's all good. Okay, now at this time we're going to call on Eric Ackerlin. Are you out there? Oh, God, yeah. Did I pronounce your name right? Henrik. Yeah. Oh, God, I was almost right, eh?
Yeah, you did a good job on the last
Okay, okay.
Okay,
Last
thank
thing was good. Thank you, sir.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all here today. My name is Henrik Åkerlund. I work for Headwaters Law in Kenora. We're a somewhat small law firm in Kenora that works with Grassi on a number of matters, but me personally, I've been involved with this Macintosh project since 2021. So I'm going to talk a little bit today about the Federal Indian Hospitals class action that some of you might have heard of. So we know that there's a connection between the residential schools and the Indian hospitals. Throughout the work that we've done for Macintosh over the last couple of years, we've come across a lot of records of students that were sent to Indian hospitals, primarily the Sioux Lookout Indian Hospital, for treatment, often in relation to TB. So there was always that connection between Macintosh and the Sioux Lookout Indian Hospital. So when no news came out about the a settlement agreement for this Indian hospital class action, there were a lot of questions that were raised by elders on our elder advisory about the class action and who can apply for compensation under it, what does it mean, and so forth. So given that I'm a lawyer, I have offered to do a presentation on this class action and try to explain a little bit more about what the class action is about, who it applies to, and what kind of benefits individuals are able to apply for under this settlement agreement. With that said, I'm not involved in the class action myself, so I don't have any experience of working on this file or this matter. I will try to answer questions as best as I can, but for some questions I might have to do a little bit of a background research, and in that case, I promise I will take your name and get back to you and do my best to help you find any answers to questions you might have. The presentation is going to look at the background to this class action that is called the Hardy class action. Explain who this class action applies to. Explain what benefits the settlement agreement provides and who will benefit from the settlement agreement and how to access benefits. Before we start, obviously I want to make everyone aware that this presentation contains information that some people may find triggering. We do have mental health support available, so if you do experience any kind of distress, please go and talk to one of our mental health supports. So I guess the first question I wanted to address is, or touch on, is what is a class action? So basically, class action lawsuit is a big lawsuit that allows a large group of individuals that have a similar claim against someone to file one big lawsuit instead of their own individual lawsuits. So it's basically a way to make the claims process a bit more efficient. Instead of have to deal with maybe 100 or 1,000 individual lawsuits, you deal with one big lawsuit that applies to everyone that is affected by that claim, and you can sort of knock off those claims in one big lawsuit. So it has some benefits in terms of efficiency, but also maybe some drawbacks in the sense that not everyone's individual claims are addressed. They're addressed more on a general basis. But we'll see later on in the presentation how that impacts on in particular individuals. So by that account, class actions are often claims against governments, big corporations, or other organizations that engage in practices or conduct or businesses that affects a lot of people. It allows a large group of individuals to receive compensation for harms caused to them without them having to file individual claims. Because it applies to a lot of different people, because it can apply to people even if they haven't themselves brought a claim with court, every class action has to be certified by a court. So this basically means that the court looks at the filings and the application to have an individual action turn into a class action, and make that kind of judgment that it applies to class of people, and that it's suitable to turn into a class action. And the persons that are affected by class action, that are automatically bound by the outcome of the class action, they're called class members. And if a person meets the criteria of being a class member, they're automatically part of the lawsuit. And we'll look a little bit later on what a class member is for this particular class action. So you're automatically joined in the lawsuit if you fall under the definition of a class member. But what happens if you don't want to be bound by the outcome of this class action, if you feel that it's not a good outcome for you? Well, in that case, you do have an option to opt out as a class member. But you do have to opt out before the expiry of the deadline, the opt-out deadline. So that's something to keep in mind. So it's good to inform yourselves about what the class action, what the outcome is of the class action, or the resolution or the court judgment, so that you know if you're happy with the outcome and you want to remain a class member, or if you decide that you actually want to opt out of the class action decision. Class members usually do not have to pay any legal fees for participating in class action. Usually lawyers are paid out of settlement funds. So they usually take a percentage of settlement payments or compensation payments. Yeah, so that's sort of the basics or the background to a class action. So the Indian hospitals class action relates to federal Indian hospitals. So there were 33 hospitals established by the federal government, which provided medical treatment to hundreds of thousands of indigenous patients between 1936 and 1981. So those are the claim years for the purpose of this class action, 1936 and 1981. And they were primarily established to deal with the large number of tuberculosis cases amongst indigenous peoples and indigenous or residential schools students that happen to be higher than rates among the general populations. So the purpose of the separate Indian hospitals was to isolate indigenous patients diagnosed with TB from non-indigenous persons. Eventually, they operated as racially segregated hospitals. They started taking in indigenous patients suffering from all kinds of conditions, not just TB. And as is the background to this lawsuit, or the foundation for this lawsuit, many indigenous patients experienced physical and sexual abuse while at these institutions. So in 2018, an action was filed in federal court by a plaintiff. Her name is Anne Cecile Hardy, and that's what the class action has been named after. And then there were a number of similar actions filed right after she filed her lawsuits, and they were all joined into this one Indian hospital class action. I feel like it's very echo here. Am I speaking too close to the microphone, or do you want me to back up a bit? It's good? Okay. So it's called the Hardy class action. And it's based on the allegation that Canada breached its duty of care towards the class members and acted negligently. So Canada, and this is taken from the settlement agreement that the parties ended up signing this past spring. Canada is therefore liable for the physical, sexual, and psychological abuse inflicted on class members. So from the statement of claim, it reads, the representative plaintiffs submit that Canada failed to provide the primary class members with adequate care at Indian hospitals. They submit that the primary class members suffered consistent physical and sexual abuse, were forcibly restrained to their hospital beds without any medical reason, were confined to unsanitary and dangerous facilities, and were treated by staff who were not adequately trained to provide the necessary health care services. So the statement of claim and the settlement agreement accepts as a fact that Indian hospitals were run and managed by staff that were not as well educated or as well trained as staff in regular hospitals. So they provided substandard treatment to Indigenous patients compared to what you would have received at a regular hospital. So this started as a court claim back in 2018, and in 2020 it was certified as a class proceeding. That meant that all of a sudden it went from being an individual claim by one person against Canada to impact any Indigenous person that had been treated at an Indian hospital and met the criteria for primary and suffered some form of abuse at the Indian hospitals. And the proceeding, according to the certification, applies to two recognized classes of plaintiffs. So there's two classes of individuals that are affected by this settlement agreement and can potentially claim benefits under this settlement agreement. So number one is called the primary class, and these are all the persons who were admitted to an Indian hospital during the class period. And the class period is January 1st, 1936 to December 31st, 1981. So that would be anyone that was spent any time at an Indian hospital during those years, federal Indian hospital during those years. And then there's what's called the family class. So those are all persons who are a spouse or former spouse, child, grandchild, or sibling of the primary class, and the spouse of a child, grandchild, sibling of a member of the primary class. So those are the two classes, and there's different benefits to those two classes, and we'll get to that in a bit. So to be an eligible claimant, and eligible claimant means that someone that can actually claim under this agreement, that person that an application is submitted for must have been alive on January 25th, 2016. So this means that the class action only applies to people who went to federal Indian hospitals during this class period, that is 1936 to 1981, but were still alive in 2016, January 25th, 2016. And the reason for that is that the class action lawsuit was filed in 2018, and the statute of limitations would basically limit the action to apply to only to individuals who were alive 2 years before that date. That doesn't mean that individuals who passed away before 2016 doesn't have a claim against Canada. They may, but they're not covered by this settlement agreement. And a note on that as well: if you are a family member of someone who attended an Indian hospital during the class period and passed away after 2016, but is not alive today, and they're entitled to those benefits that primary class members are entitled to, the estate of that class member may be able to apply for benefits under this agreement, and there's more information to be had about that, and I'm happy to help or talk about that separately if anyone wants to know more about that. So then this class action was settled. Between 2019 and 2025, the parties were in negotiations to find a negotiated resolution to the class action. And in December 2024, the parties signed an agreement in principle to resolve abuse claims relating to federal Indian hospitals. The parties agreed that the settlement would not address medical claims, and we'll touch on that a little bit more in a bit. A final settlement agreement was signed in February 2025. It was approved by federal court just this past June, June 25th, 2025. So it's now it's now approved by the courts, and it's going to be put into implementation. And there's going to be eventually forms submitted or provided for class members that want to apply for benefits under this agreement. Those forms have not been completed yet, as far as I know. So then, what does it mean to be a class member? So if you match the criteria for any of those two classes we mentioned, the primary and the family class, you're automatically part of the action. However, compensation is different for primary class members and family class members. Only the primary class members receive individual compensation. So that means individuals that actually went to Indian hospitals, federal Indian hospitals during the class period. They are entitled to individual compensation. Family class members can benefit from other benefits that are more general. That includes a health fund and a research and commemoration fund. And we'll discuss a bit more about that in a bit. Class members are bound by the settlement agreement unless you decide to opt out from the agreement. If you do not agree with the terms of the settlement, you have until August 25th, 2025 to opt out by filing a form saying that you don't want to be bound by the settlement agreement. In that case, you have option of bringing your own claim against Canada or potentially with other people that also decided to opt out. So then what are the benefits from this settlement? So there's two different classes, the primary class, the family class. So there are some collecting benefits that are available to all the class members, both the primary class members and the family class members. So there will be a foundation established under this settlement agreement. And that foundation is going to manage a healing fund that is being provided with $150 million from the Canadian government. There will also be a research and commemoration fund of $235.5 million for research and commemoration activities surrounding residential schools, Indian hospitals. And then an additional $150 million will be provided to ISK to provide funding for additional mental health supports, etc., under already existing Indigenous services programs. And it will be worked out during the implementation process of this agreement how that foundation is established, but there will be a board of directors, and there are obviously going to be opportunities for class members to take advantage of what that foundation has to offer. And then you have the individual benefits that are available only to primary class members, so to individuals that actually went to the Indian hospitals. So that's compensation for abuse while they were at federal Indian hospitals. That compensation is based on a grid and levels of abuse suffered. So it's basically levels 1 to 5, I believe, of different severity of what's considered different severity of abuse that a person suffered. Compensation ranges from $10,000 at the lowest, level 1, up to $200,000 for level 5. And as an applicant to take part of this benefit, each primary class member will have to submit a claims form that basically outlines which level you think that your claim falls under. So you only choose one of those levels. You cannot stack different levels for different abuses. So it's basically intended to be there's a guidelines, and there's each level has an explanation of what kind of abuse or abuse that is sort of touched by that level. And I don't have the grid in this presentation, but it's readily available on the main website for the class action. So what is not covered by the settlement? So the settlement agreement does not cover any claims involving medical facilities or hospitals that are not one of the 33 Indian hospitals. So that does not mean that there are no claims, only that they're not part of this settlement. It only applies to those 33 Indian hospitals, of which obviously the Sioux Lookout Indian Hospital is one. It also doesn't cover any claims that are medical claims. So what does that mean? So that means basically that it doesn't cover any claims that relates specifically to medical treatment. So if someone went to an Indian hospital and was treated for TB and the treatment was unsuccessful, or they were administered wrong medication, or something specifically medically related, that is not covered by this settlement agreement. And again, that doesn't mean that that claim would not be valid. It just means that it's not part of this settlement agreement. This settlement agreement only addresses abuse suffered at the Indian hospitals, federal Indian hospitals. So how will class members receive compensation? As I briefly mentioned, class members will submit applications showing the dates of admission to one of the 33 hospitals during the class period, reasons for admission if known, supporting documentation if available, other identifying information. And the settlement agreement specifically says that the application process is supposed to be not very onerous and not place a great burden on the applicant. So if a person is not able to substantiate dates, reasons for admission, etc., it's not supposed to be held against the applicant. It said that the applicant has to prove that they attended the hospital and received treatment on a balance of probabilities. So basically, make it more likely than not that the applicant attended the Indian hospital and received treatment. And as I mentioned, to be an eligible claimant, the person on whose behalf the application is made must have been alive on January 25th, 2016. Once an application is submitted to the class action administrator, that application is forwarded to Canada, who has the right to review the application and assess assess the application and basically make their determination if the application has merit or not. And if Canada can provide information that is in conflict with the application for a particular individual, they will send that information to the claims administrator, who will forward that information to the claimant, to the individual, who will be able to submit further information to support their claim. So once that process has taken place, the claims administrator will make a decision whether a claimant is an eligible claimant. And both Canada and the claimant has a right to seek will receive that decision from the claims administrator. And if they don't agree with that decision, either party has a right to seek a reconsideration of the decision. So either Canada or the claimant can ask an independent reviewer to review the decision of the claims administrator. So basically, if you're submitting a claim on behalf of yourself, and Canada provides some information saying that your claim is not valid, and the claims administrator takes Canada's position, you have the right to ask a court-appointed independent reviewer to review your claim and hopefully make a different decision than the claims administrator. And the decision by the independent reviewer is binding on the parties and cannot be appealed, it says. Tend to be that you can always find a way to appeal a decision of an administrative decision maker. But that said, the settlement agreement does say that the decision of the independent reviewer is final and cannot be appealed. An eligible claimant is compensated based on a compensation grid. Eligible claimants must specify the amount of compensation claimed in accordance with the compensation grid. And then the claims administrator makes the decision on compensation. Again, claimants may seek reconsideration by the independent reviewer if you do find that the claims administrator has not made a proper assessment of what you're entitled to in accordance with the compensation grid. So those are the individual benefits available to primary class members. Then there's the additional supports available that we touched on briefly. So Canada will also provide an additional 150 million to Indigenous Services Canada under existing programming. And this is intended to support class members' health and well-being throughout the implementation of the settlement agreement. Canada also provides legal costs to file compensation application. Canada will provide up to 5% of compensation awarded to an eligible claimant in legal fees. So that's paid by Canada. It doesn't come out of the compensation amount paid to individual claimants. And then I mentioned that there will be a foundation established, and the intention and purpose of that foundation is to promote and support the class members, their descendants, with regard to health, healing, wellness, truth, reconciliation, cultures, protection of languages, commemoration, research and education, and to preserve the history of federal Indian hospitals. So, obviously, there's a great amount of work left to be done with regards to federal Indian hospitals and the potential that there are unmarked graves at some of these hospitals. We know that there are many former residential school students that ended up being shipped off to Indian hospitals and never returned back to their communities or to the residential schools. We have records, we've collected information on students that went to Macintosh and never returned back to Macintosh, students that were sent off to Indian hospitals and never returned. So obviously there's going to be a bit of work, a lot of work done to eventually do the archival research and maybe on the ground geophysical work to determine if there are unmarked graves at Indian hospitals. And that's also part of the work that this foundation will be in charge of through this funding that is provided. Lastly, I want to touch on what does it mean to opt out. A person who's otherwise a class member can opt out of the settlement agreement, as I mentioned. By opting out, you will not be bound by the agreement. So that means you can pursue your own claim against Canada for abuse suffered at Indian hospitals, if that's what you want to do. But you're also not entitled to apply for compensation under the settlement agreement. So you have the option of opting out. This agreement doesn't apply to you, but you will not be entitled to any of the benefits under the agreement. If a class member does not opt out, the agreement automatically releases Canada for any injuries and all claims related to abuse suffered at federal Indian hospitals. You will not be able to bring a future claim against Canada for abuse suffered. You're entitled to seek compensation under the settlement agreement. You can still pursue a claim against Canada for medical claims relating to Indian hospitals, although obviously there are potential limitation periods that apply to those type of claims. Legal talk, of course, but basically means that any claim you have a certain amount of time within which to bring a claim. It gets more complicated when we're talking about Indian hospitals and First Nations, but those are things to consider as well, for sure. You can still pursue claims against the province or religious institution in relation to abuse suffered at Indian hospitals, even if you agree to claim benefits under this settlement. This settlement only involves Canada. It doesn't involve any of the religious institutions that ran the schools or the province. If you want more information about this, you can email the class notice administrator, and here's the email address. And there's a phone number there for the class notice administrator. I forgot to put the website on here, but Google Federal Indian Hospitals class action, and you will get to the website where you can find more information on this. There's a question and answer as well. And also, I'll be happy to answer questions to the extent that I can, or do some work to find out answers to questions that you may have. So that is the end of it. And if anyone has any questions now, I'll be happy to try to answer. If not, please feel free to come and talk to me.
So the way I've approached it to try to encourage them to do work not the same as us, but in the same with the same intent and the same desire for collaboration has been what I've done is I've presented to all of my colleagues across Canada on 2 occasions, and most recently we were to the BC Chief Coroner, the Northwest Territories Chief Coroner, and myself were together in Ottawa at a site search forum that Anishinaabe Nation puts on annually, and I think there is progress, but it's slow, and so it's not occurring as quickly and as effectively that I think it should be. So I've worked with Kimberly Murray as well, and she, in her role as a special interlocutor, did the same thing as you're asking, which is how can this be done differently? Some of the things that I've done also to help to support others getting involved is I've attended meetings in other provinces at the invite of some of the communities and nations to explain what we do, and that helps the other chief coroners to understand the roles. I think, as I say, that has been helpful, and we continue to be available to provide that resource and that insight onto how we do things. Again, I know this doesn't, I'm not answering your question to the extent that I would like to and that you would like me to, but I will continue to illustrate the work that we do in a way that I believe others will understand from the death investigation organizations understand and hopefully embrace. Some of them are confined by the Western legislation that's present within their provinces and territories. And because there's no national or Canadian approach to this, and back to Western again, when I say that, there is no Canadian oversight for death investigations across the country called Canada. So all of that to sum up with, I hear you, I respect your question, and I'm making efforts individually to try to change things. I don't have the power to tell them to change things. So I hope that gives you a little bit of insight.
So Archie is going to speak.
I just want to, very shortly, I want to just say during residential school era, back in the 50s and 60s, I remember being in an Indian hospital, it was called, in Sulakot. I don't know if any of you are still, you still remember that time. But as Kathy said, we were in McIntosh Residential School, and I caught pneumonia that time. Silly me, running around, sweating and everything. And I remember, but I don't really remember as I thought I remembered, but I fainted. Of course, I was sweating and it was cold outside. I didn't realize that. As a child, you don't really comprehend much as far as adult things are concerned. But I ended up at the Sulakot Hospital, which was at the time Indian hospital. That's where the natives were sent when they got sick. And at the time, it was in the time when the nuns, and I don't think they were nurses. I think they were just it was like residential school in a way when I think about it now. But however, it was still like I said, residential school era. And we weren't really treated properly, or it was, so what attitude, and as you know, that kind of attitude doesn't help anybody or help yourself as well. So, and I don't mean to put the medical trade aside, but back in the day, the nuns and that system wasn't very good. And I'm probably talking about the 50s and 60s, coming up and trying to, be healthy and safe. But it wasn't like that for our people. I'm saying Native people in general. We weren't really considered, so what. There was that attitude of, so what, this happens or that happens. And I'm talking, for those of you that are just learning about residential schools and what happened at those schools, it wasn't very good. And a lot of people don't like talking about the past, but what we went through as survivors today. A lot of the students I knew are gone now, so because of negligence. And it wasn't very safe, it wasn't reliable. Now that I think of it, and now that it's brought out, but again, the government, I'll say Indian Affairs, I guess that's the ones that were really, that weren't really helping us out any. I think it was, I could hear them laughing about, oh, so what, attitude. But for the ones that don't know, that this is what we went through as children. When you talk about children's aid and, being, I guess at the time really we were really innocent little children in residential school. And we weren't getting much help, It was always, like my friend earlier said about being buried, it wasn't a ceremony, it was just we'll bury this one right on the side here, and there was no really names that I remember as a child. It was very hard growing up back in the residential school era. And for the young, it was, if it were to happen today, I mean, you would be suffering and crying, and everything else would be left aside. And I'm saying, when we talk about we're still in the residential school system, we're Indian Affairs system, it doesn't really make sense when you think about it in the long run as a Native person. But it got a little bit better as, the treatment, because I live in Kenora, one of the really motivated towns in Canada. But you got to live with, I guess, rolling. So I just wanted to bring that out, for the young to know and the young to realize that, in somewhat we are in a better way, being cared for and looked after and, considered human, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. Mr. Go, Miigwech, thanks for listening, baby. Thank you.
Miigwech for those words. I continue to learn every day, and attending with groups such as yourself, it really helps me to reflect on how we as an organization did not do well in the 50s and 60s. Well, we didn't do well for many years, and we continue to have challenges, and we need to do better. We have caused harm, and for that, I'm deeply regretful and really sorry. And like, as you say, it's not about living in the past, it's about learning from the past, and it's about taking those learnings from the past and making things different and better in the future. And it is so important for everybody to understand, in my view, people to understand specifically. I know it's important for me to understand what you're saying. And I will say one thing about what you said about the pneumonia. That wasn't because of you. That wasn't because you were playing and it was cold and sweaty. That's not how you get pneumonia. So you were out being a boy and having fun being a boy, and you happened to get infected. And you may have got infected because the environment where you live, where you were staying, I don't always describe it as living in the schools, was not one that was as protective from infections as in other settings. So that wasn't something that you caused, was an infection that you got. So miigwech for listening to me and for sharing with us.
Hi, hello. Yes, going forward, how do you see, not only being a doctor, but the coroner's office, embracing partnerships with First Nations? I know coroner's office is like for me, I've had direct contact with coroner's office for a suicide, my son. And the coroner was very, very respectful and very, very kind. But I understand that's not always the case. But with your office, how are you developing a relationship with the First Nations like Grassing Arrows and the surrounding communities? Yeah.
Miigwech for the question, and I'm sorry that you had to deal with us. It's always often a tragedy when dealing with our office. We are working at individual levels, so with individual nations and individual people to try to do better at the moment. But from an organizational perspective, we have a long way to go. We've been working with Anishinaabe Nation, with Anishinaabeg Nation and Treaty 3 to help to learn from nations and organizations about how we are not doing well and what we can do better. And we're working to develop a systematic approach to change, but we still have a long way to go. We have received a report with 30 recommendations from Anishinaabe Nation, and we're trying to determine how that can be potentially a framework for all nations, and so that work is happening right now to think about how to do this across the land called Ontario with all the nations. So that's the bigger picture that's still ongoing. Lots of individual initiatives or individual work, one being the work with the residential schools, one being working to build relationships and to learn as we work with nations and communities to return ancestors. We are trying to determine how can we change our process for examinations after death, so autopsies, because right now there is no autopsy services in the Northwest. And so that means that people are transferred to Toronto, which takes a long time. And it's not the right thing to do in the long term. But so we're working to figure out how can we solve that issue. We now are training coroners in a different way. And we've made specific efforts for coroners in the Northwest, but we now are trying to determine how can we do that across our organization. So again, lots of work to be done. The way that we're doing the work is to work together collaboratively with the nations, learn what we don't know and what we should know, and how can we work together to develop a plan on how to make our system better. So essentially collaboration is the key from my perspective. If we don't know, how can we pretend to be the ones to solve the problem without specific involvement and discussion and collaboration as we develop the work. So if accepted, in partnership with nations, but I'm not going to presume a partnership until that's something that the nations wish to do with us.
Hello. My question has to do with mercury poisoning. Well, I was told a while back, like who might have the mercury poisoning, to actually tell exactly or not. And I was told that, well, we can't do too much right now unless when you die, then that's when they'll know that when they cut you up, they will check it in your brain, and there it would indicate how mercury has done to you. How much of that do you know? Do you do when you cut up a person, or what parts are they used? Are they tested as a on?
I don't know the answer to those questions. I know that many years ago, when there was recognition of the mercury poisoning that was occurring, there was specific work that was done by our office. That was many, many years before I was involved. And those studies were many years ago, which did identify both changes in the brain, but also measured amounts of mercury, I think within the tissue, but I can't remember because I haven't looked at that for a number of years. We did share that information with organizations now probably about 7 years ago, I think, to help to support claims, but I don't know the outcome of that. And right now, we don't specifically evaluate for that unless that question comes forward. So I apologize, but I don't have a more definite answer for you.
Hi, Dirk. It's Sean Peranto with Red Roots Productions Incorporated. We had interviewed you at the Longhouse last time, and we visited with you in an interview, and we really appreciate your candor and your sympathy regarding those found. The numbers are a lot higher now. We were told last year that there was no funding for us to film, and you speak of collaboration. I'm wondering if I can get your cooperation in sharing some of that footage you guys have collected that we were unable to collect ourselves. But we are back on the project now this year with our video company to complete the documentary. Is this something you're willing to do and sit down with us again and with your team to do another outgoing interview for our documentary? And just wanted to bring that forward to you in a good way.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't know how many people, is I obviously not being there, I can't see everybody, but we attended the nation and provided all of the records that we had accessed and known about for children that had passed while at Macintosh, and that was very moving for, I'm sure, many people, including myself. And anything that we can do that supports this work and supports the understanding of the work in a good way, and in a respectful way, we will participate for most definitely in a way that works for everybody.
Oh, uh, I am wondering about this TB. I mean, there were so many people that were hospitalized for this disease. Was it ever determined what was the real cause of it? And like we do have now, we have cancers that they do testing and they determine uh, when a person has cancer. But with this TB, because I was in Denver Hospital, and I don't seem to remember for anybody to get blood work or to be taken to go for an X-ray, because I myself, I was never tested for anything as far as I know. And I was there for 4 months. I was just a little over 10 years old. So I'm wondering how did they determine at that time who had TB? And they operated on some people, removed some lungs and probably some other parts of the body. And there were a lot of people that were buried at 9 Net. Now, I don't know if those people's relatives knew what happened to them. But I'm just wondering, do they know the cause of TB? Why did so many Aboriginal people have TB? And, the modern day diseases, what are the causes? Like, like in Saging, there are so many people that had cancer. To my way of thinking, I thought they started having cancer all of a sudden. As we have those dams, and I know that some of those dams cause mercury poisoning, and I don't know what else they cause. And diabetes. Like, diabetes is so rampant in the Aboriginal people. What is the cause of diabetes? Like, they tell us some sort of information I don't think is adequate, and then they give us all these different kinds of pills. I think they're still using Aboriginal people as guinea pigs for all the medications that they give. I thank you for your answer.
A lot of challenging questions there that I don't have answers for many, but I can tell you about what I've never diagnosed tuberculosis, but I have knowledge of that, so I can give you a little bit of insight into that. It's an infection, so it's a particular kind of bug. It's a little bit different than a bacteria, like a strep throat. It's a little bit different type of bacteria, and it was, if I understand correctly, was not in on Turtle Island, and then came with settlers. And settlers brought that infection, and that led to people who were living on Turtle Island who had not exposed to it, and therefore didn't have any immunity or protection from it. That's my understanding. I may be wrong on that, but that's my understanding. the way it's diagnosed is by the way that a person presents. So with coughing, sometimes infections in the skin, and they look at a little small portion under the microscope, and they can see under the microscope the particular types of bacteria or the infection source. So and chest X-rays are done. X-rays are done. And that also has a particular appearance that allows the diagnosis. So I think it's sometimes would be sometimes based upon the information that's available, as well as tests and X-rays that may be done. It was a hard, and still is, a hard infection to treat. A little bit, it's more complicated than other bacteria infections. And that's why many people sometimes had surgery. And as the medical field was not as knowledgeable or have as many ways to treat things as it does now. And I don't have enough knowledge or expertise to talk about why diabetes is more common or why the cancers are happening in the way that you describe. I apologize. I don't have that knowledge.
Hello again, it's Steve. I hate to put this on you, but it's getting back to our further conversation when you talked about developing friendships or partnerships and that, and working with First Nations and all that. I don't know if you're familiar with the term or the phrase compassion fatigue. Yes. It's a systemic right now, like everything that's going on with it's a hard battle that you're going to have as a doctor and in the field, because just recently, just as of today, the minister, I know it's outside of Ontario, it's in Manitoba, but it was shown that a young father in Thompson, he died just not too long ago, but he was treated in a system with racism. And that's not the only isolated thing. When Brian Sinclair passed away, they did a report, right? Or they did an interview. And one of the things they came up with, they didn't address it as racism. They called it compassion fatigue. It's a nice way to say racism, But that's happening all over Canada. And that I wonder how, in your area and all that, how hard is it as an individual to battle that system? Because the only thing they did with the Health Sciences Hospital here, and there's a lot of Indian people that are at the hospital, they moved the chairs around so they could see people better. But that wasn't the issue, because everyone brought that issue up to the medical people, medical staff that are in there. As BC, the medical staff, doctors included, were betting on whether a person was intoxicated or not, a new person. So it's really built into the system that you're in now. So how is it as an individual you're going to deal with, even the reviewers, people that are going to see and deny the denial of racism against Indigenous people? They just said, again, like the waiting times for Indigenous people and for brown people, black people, is way higher than it is for white people. And it's a proven fact. So I applaud you for, meeting with the Indigenous folks. And I hope, that you understand where, we come from, like with the hospital, the Indian hospital lawsuit, that sort of thing. There's no foundation of racism there, but now we're just saying nice words to butter up that, fluff up that racism, compassion, fatigue. Like, that's a good one. Thank you. That was my last question.
Miigwech for that, and I had not heard that terminology being utilized for something that is not compassion fatigue in my perspective. I understand what compassion fatigue is, but it's not racism. And it should not be used as a descriptor for what is systemic racism. And so that's my first point in listening to your question. It's challenging for me as a person, but I think first off, I realize I'm not the person that's going to solve it all, but that doesn't compassion fatigue me. So in other words, I don't give up because I'm not going to be able to solve it all. I continue to raise the voice, raise the perspectives. If there's specific circumstances that we recognize through our work which are representative of systemic racism, then I raise that in a factual way, in a way that is illustrative, that the circumstances are illustrative, and I encourage in a way that I hope people hear, hospitals, professionals, others can hear the importance of understanding and reflecting on the issues that they may have in their organizations. So I continue to recognize that, and I think I get frustrated at times, but that frustration I channel to passion to continue to support the improvement and change, recognizing that it isn't going to change everything as quickly as all of us want. So I think about how to be as impactful as I can, and bringing the information that people share with me, the learnings, from elders, from knowledge holders, knowledge keepers, from survivors, from others who have experienced systemic racism. That impacts me in a way that helps me to think about approaches to help others to understand and hopefully make change. So I hope I've answered the question. I really take the information. I get discouraged, but I don't let that discouragement, I channel that discouragement to hope to try to continue to inform and to make things better, challenging organizations to recognize where they're at. And I ask tough questions if I'm in the position to be able to do that. So thank you for asking about that, Miigwech. I will have to step off shortly, unfortunately.
So Dirk, I'll leave this question short. I'm Regional Chief Mel Hardy from Anishinaabe Nation. I know you do work with Kelsey Anger. And
Hi, Chief Hardy.
Anishinaabe Nation is also looking to do a partnership with the Canadian Medical Association. Canadian Medical Association did an apology last August or September about the effects of mistreatment of our First Nations or Indigenous people in the healthcare system. And so I'm actually working with the CMA as an elder in the Indigenous Guidance Circle, they call. And we're meeting on Monday. But and what I heard you, and we've been meeting regularly because we need to be able to get to our people across to Canada to be able to understand of what's going to be the next steps with regard to an apology. And what does grassroots see as what's essential to be looking. The other thing too is when you were talking earlier, you spoke about the doctors in different regions and how the collaboration would be necessary, but yet how that can be developed. And I believe this CMA may be able to touch base because they do represent the doctors across Canada. And then and I can mention that to them as well. To some degree, just to support your office as well. All right, so I just want to give you that in your parting words. That's something to consider. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Regional Chief. And if the group feels a benefit of me coming to meet that circle or that group, I would be willing. If that would only, I don't need to, but I certainly am willing if that you think it would be helpful, Regional Chief Hardy. And it's good to see you again.
Thank you very much. Okay, just a couple of notes before lunch here. Thank you, Doctor.
Miigwech.
Yeah, Miigwech.
One moment, please. Over here. Hi, Dr. Heyer. It's Stephen Lands here.
Hi, Stephen.
It was good to see you up in Ottawa there. I want to, on behalf of the elders and the team, thank you, and we really appreciate your work that you've been doing with the community. And now that we have other communities involved, the 36 that we were talking about, I'm pretty sure we will be coming back to you on a case by case when we should need, but that's something that the team and I will have to do a lot of work yet. Just like people are saying, this is the tip of the iceberg. So our work is cut out for us and for yourselves. So we've got to get death certificates right, if they're proper, if they're not right. So that's why, and we need some more. You helped us a lot with, how do you say, records and whatnot, files and data. So, but the team asked me to say thank you very much for your support, and we hope to see you more and come to Grassy and we'll smoke the pipe.
Ian, you make me smile, and we've had a journey together.
Yep.
And it's wonderful to walk with you together in the best way we can around very, very difficult information. So Chimigwech to you, Chimigwech to the team, and to the community and to the nation for, helping us to see how we can do the best that we could, and how we can do the best that we can to work together to help answer questions specifically for the community that's working with you.
All right, thank you. And again, one more time, thank you very, very much.
Chimigwech.
Yep.
Okay, it's that time now. We gotta call on our elder, Ms. Frobisher, to come up and bless the food. And I'm also going to mention before, we want people to stick around to help out because we'd like to clear the area for our closing ceremony later this evening. I'm always thinking of night. This afternoon before we go, we're going to have a closing ceremony here, and which is very important to this event. Quite a yeah, well, no problem.
Hami okimaki shikuk dishnikas atik dotem Catherine Forrester dishnikas subscription donji ita shiwe kikwech mekuche chanem etman oe mi chimgawi mi ching anishna manitu kitinene mekunanchi unchitako chiwisning chunchip matasing wisnesiong miko chane shkoyangiban unchitako chiwisning mita shoe miko chni na manitu umaki pishaing eki mamoy uting episindating ke oe Katipachi matating kapichi kakwat teki going anishnakang Tiinahtiisiiwin aninikwatuta going mita shwe michim nongum kakishikak nikwech mamanito chiminushka going o Meeting go meeting no go me go tashkina eki pisha egg. Me mawin ko na iwe. Me go.
Okay, if you got your wife on that table, forget it. They moved her over here. Okay, coming up next will be Steve. Steve Lands. Discussion period. Then after that is representations from the residential school of Macintosh program, Treaty Tree. And that will be Brian Kelly. Kelly? Oh, you're right. I got you, Kelly, Pellies, and my belly mixed up. Pele. Okay, there will be discussions following this by Brian Pele. P-E-L-L-Y, Pele. Not Kelly, but Pele. Boy, I'm telling you, I'm the worst MC there is. I forget names and numbers and addresses and... So bad, he just moved everybody away from me. We're going to have some draws here shortly and make sure everybody brought their surveys to wherever locations they are. These are, again, I like to say they're very important. Nan has a couple of prizes. And I won the first prize with one of the Nan ladies over there. So I guess you'll have to pick straws which one can pick me out tonight to McDonald's. Yepper. Yepper. Oh, really good day. I let her go at 4 o'clock in the morning. I had to. My wife was coming home, from bingo. Yeah. You're going to be doing a discussion after this, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your little black book.
I don't know whose little black book was there.
I don't know.
Oh, little black books all over.
Oh, just a little.
You went to Macintosh, eh?
Yep.
You never knew Elsie Scott.
So many.
You know, when in our school, we couldn't. I went to school with her.
Yeah.
We couldn't see each other. We're
No.
relatives.
No.
He separated boys and girls.
Boys and girls, yeah.
That was stupid.
That's the same thing they did right up until they closed it.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Yeah.
why you didn't see that.
Yeah.
I remember that because she was a woman, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. So, I did clear it all out. I got nobody to talk to here.
I know they're going to open this up. I guess they want to have the drum is going to close it.
So when do you want to call me up?
Anytime.
I'll give it about 10 minutes.
I will.
Yeah,
Okay.
all right.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to be calling up Steve here in about 10 minutes. And Yvette's coming up here. She's going to sing a couple old country songs that she recorded back in 1942 on the res on some island in Lake Superior. The song she recorded, I'm So Damn Alone. And then Belinda said to her, this one is going to, she wrote that other song, this one's going to hurt you for a long, long time. Yeah. Damn Yvette, ain't it? She entered a beauty contest. She almost won. But her sister came in. Yeah, we have people from Long Lac, Ontario. Eesh, come on. Yeah, the former Miss Long Lac, Ontario, 1932. Yeah. Then I got 2 cousins. Then we have Billy Joe Green, better known as the Billy Joe Green. He's been out there entertaining in Canada for many years. Okay, if there's anybody in the hall, they should come in here because we'd like to get started. We've got some more agendas, about 3 more agenda items. And then we're going to have a closing ceremony here, but I want to get some draws. Has anybody got some draws here before we get started? If they're here. Okay, we're going to do a few draws here. Anybody got stuff that they want to give away or draw or the prize is a weekend with me. Oh, wow. I only got 2 blue pills, so it better be a good weekend. Okay. Okay, we're going to draw these names here. If you're here, you're going to get them. Josephine, what's it, Bananas? Okay, the first prize is Josephine Bananas. You won a prize. All expenses paid trip to Long Lac. All right, Joseph, is that you? Huh? Oh, it looks like Josephine, eh? Okay. Well, come up and get your prize, Jocelyn. Okay, she'll bring it to her. She can't walk. She's only, yeah. Yeah. Right there with the red dress. Okay, looks like Josephine out there. And the other prize is Donna, eh? Donna Wapus. Okay. Donna Wabus, you won too. Yeah, they got. She goes, she can't walk very well. Okay. And that's it? Is it a lady? Make this out here. Okay, Billy Joe Green, you just won a prize. All expenses paid trip to Valley Village. Okay, we have some gifts out there. We're going to call on somebody to give out the gifts. Anybody got any more stuff out there they want to raffle or give up and stuff like that? Okay, we want to get started here, so if there's anybody out there in the audience or see anybody, send them in because we have some more important stuff to do. We also like to thank the presenters today. They did a wonderful job of presenting. It's very, very informative. Okay. Oh, wow, there's a lady coming with 2 bags full. 2 great big bags full. I just love that. What are they for?
So Owen Scott, K. Scott won the survey prize.
Okay, Owen Scott, are you out there? You got a prize here. You could either take the bag or the woman, whatever you want.
Sandra Sneaky for the ballot drive.
Mm-hmm.
Sandra Sneaky?
Sneaky or Oh, you take the bag, eh? Okay.
And Sandra Sneaky for the ballot.
Sandra Siki for the ballots. Sandra Siki, are you out there? Oh, she's doing dialysis?
Okay, we'll put it aside.
We'll put it aside for her, okay. Are you? Is your wife blonde? Oh, that's your ex. I'm sorry. I didn't like that woman anyhow, that ex. Okay. Yeah. Okay, anybody else got any more prizes? So we got some gifts we're going to be giving away here shortly. And then after that, we're going to call on we got to make sure there's 3 different names here now. Oh, it'll be Steve, the next one. Oh, no. Oh, this is a good prize. Holy man. You wouldn't believe this who won this year. Stephen Lamb. Yeah. Try it on. I won a bra one time. It fit. Holy. We'll have to shrink them. We'll have to put them in a shrink wrap. Our next guest to come up and sing is Yvette. She's going to sing an old rock and roll song. Because she's old. Okay. Okay, let's. Grassy Narrow Drums. Grassy Narrow Drums. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, it's that time of the day. We got some more prizes and gifts we're going to be giving out here right after this presentation by Steve. He won that beautiful jacket there. And that was quite a prize. He could have fit it when he was 16. That was like 80 years ago. Here's Steve. Okay.
Hello, was announced as Steve. My full name is Stephen Lands. I'm one of the team members for the Wiikwogaming search for Macintosh. I really want to thank you guys for attending. It was great seeing you. I'm sure I'm going to see you again. Many of you I've met on my journey on this job I've done. I started this job back in 2021. In its inception, when we heard about the 215 in Kamloops in BC, and I was approached by Chief and Counsel from Grassy Narrows if I would be able to help with the search, as I was a residential school survivor from Macintosh, and we were one of the last families to pull out from Macintosh. I was brought back to Macintosh when I was 3 years old, or not 3 years old, 3 days old, pardon me. My sister Marie was born on the island out there, and my brother Eddie lived with us. Well, I'll get to my brother after. Sean and I are going to do a documentary on him. But within this search, I've had many trials and tribulations. One being the major one was a health risk, and determined that I had to change my lifestyle, which grandfather probably helped me do that. I had surgery that almost sidelined me from this search, but I decided, hey, I can do this. So grandfather gave me the strength to continue this and to do it in a way that was very, very emotional for me. Almost quit because I thought I couldn't do it no more. But I got stronger by working and by meeting all of yous. I've met many of yous on my journey through conferences. I've strengthened and bonds that I had with you. I consider my team my best friends and family. When I left Macintosh as a young one to go to St. Joseph's in Thunder Bay, we were abused there too. Same as Macintosh. You know, the abuse never ended. It changed hands. It went from Macintosh to St. Joseph's in Thunder Bay. I carried a lot of scars from the abuse. Many times I have to explain to my children why I was the way I was when I didn't know it the first time. I thought I was just being normal, but the abuse, it really had a domino effect on my children and my relationships. And this is what we need to stop. We need to get the message out there. We are the reason why we are the way we are is because of the abuse we got from the residential school. It's hard to forgive. I'm working on that, but I don't know if I'll ever get there. I'm 62 years old now. I was young when I went there, 4 years old. And right after that, when I got out from residential school, from the day school they sent us to in Thunder Bay, I got another whammy, 60 scoop. Now, there too, I lost my tongue. I lost my way of life. I lost my identity so bad that I landed up in LPH Hospital in Thunder Bay. Because once I got out of, when I aged out, I guess they call it, they told me, you got to go now. I said, where am I going to go? I had no direction. They just said, well, we can't use you no more. So I drifted. I couch surfed, as everybody knows what that is. I didn't eat. I pretty well abused myself with drugs, alcohol at a young age. In high school, I freaked out. I seen ugly faces, horrible faces. And I landed in Dryden Hospital where they put me in LPH. The doctor at LPH, he told me, you're not crazy. He said, you're suffering from identity crisis. You don't know who you are. And when I got out of LPH Hospital, I still didn't know who I was. And I slowly continued to fall through the cracks, alcohol, drug use. It never got to the point where it consumed my life like some of the other addicts, and I feel sorry for them. And I wish I could do more for them, but there's not much I can do. I can't point my fingers at them because that's what Creator gave us hands for, is to help one another, not point. I know where to go. If I want to go somewhere and tell somebody to go with me, I point to where we're going. I'm not to use yours to say, you're doing bad, you're doing this, you're doing that. I did that. Didn't get me nowhere. It got me enemies. Got into a lot of fights. But now I want to help. I want to show people through the work that we're doing that we can be human beings again. Grandfather gave us that gift to learn how to help other people, learn how to speak to them. I have a good friend here. I've made a real good friend with Aaron. I talk with him quite a bit. And he helps me because he's showing me data and ways to learn how to help other people. I have a good friend, Henrik. He tells me to leave the OPP alone. No, and my brother Arnold. We're family. All families have disagreements, but we work together. We share the same grandparents. His dad, my dad, and his mom were brother and sister. I got my nickname from his mom. Because when I was born, I was talking with a lady out there after lunch. We were talking about a snake, and I told her, I said, that's my nickname, Kinevik. Everybody knows me as Kinevik. And she said, why? I said, when I was born, I had a flat head. And my auntie said, Toshko Kinevik, and it stuck. So everybody knows me as Kinevik. That's the story how I got my nickname. But Dave Crishane from Port Alec gave me my Anishinaabe name, Manitomakwa. That's a strong name. And I gotta do some offerings for that name. I heard that he's gone, he's passed on. But I also want to do a little bit about the 60 Scoop. Yesterday we had a tour of the Human Rights Museum, and I listened to those stories, and I found myself in there. I could relate to these people. Yeah. 60 Scoop was another way to destroy the Anishinaabe, to destroy us. They told us in the French homes, I don't want to pick on them, but that's all I knew, and because they used to call us Crochot, savage and all that. But I'm learning to understand that they didn't understand us. And I just want to say that, you know, they told us not to talk our language. They hit us, they grounded us, they put us outside. They wouldn't let us come in the winter, not until it was time to eat and go back to our rooms. That's abuse. I get very, very emotional at times, but I told myself, for my people, I'm going to be strong. But we need strong leaders. We need strong warriors. I'm glad to be standing here in front of you and talking to you all. I wanted to let you know a little bit of my part in this team. Autumn and I, we do a lot of work organizing stuff like this. We do a lot of community organization to organizing to get our elders together. Our elders help with the knowledge that they pass to us, and we got to respect that. I hear from Bill, I hear from Catherine, I hear from Roy, and I even hear from Pete and all the other ones. And some of the elders that I'd like to have nothing but elders, but the government only lets us have so many, and and I get so tired about it, the money, you know, the funding and all that. It gets tiring, but we do what we can. We stretch that dollar as much as we can. I want to also, in closing, I want to mention Eddie, my brother. Eddie was my protector in Macintosh, even though he broke my finger big time, and the bone was sticking out, and he blows out. It doesn't hurt, doesn't hurt, doesn't hurt. But he protected me from these nuns and these priests. He hid me. And when we went to Thunder Bay, he protected me from this little guy that was always abusing me, bugging me, and whatnot. Eddie lost his life through the trauma that he received in residential school. He never went to 60 Scoop because he was big enough to fight for himself. He was already a teenager. But when we got taken away, he always tried to come see us. The last time I seen my brother, Eddie, he told me, "Don't live like me." He says, "I lived a hard life. You got a little bit of smarts on you," he told me. Eddie died of cancer brought on by alcoholism. His liver went. And we seen him for the last week. We were there. He was sitting up, enjoying, talking with us, laughing, watching a hockey game. But on the last day, he couldn't get out of bed. Dr. Wiley up in Red Lake told us that he asked for assisted dying because the pain was too hard. To watch him take his last breath, to see my brother that I'll never see again, was hard. But that got the fight in me, because he wanted me to tell the other people, tell many people as he can, that you don't need to be ending up like this. You don't need to die like me. Spread that message, he said. Try to get as much as you can, the word out, that you can live a different life. I, myself, had to live a different life because of my surgery. I myself, too, was enjoying the drink, I thought. I wasn't enjoying it. I was hiding behind it. I didn't want to face life. And my brother opened my eyes, and he said, "You don't need this." Already I had my surgery, and I listened to the words of my brother. I listened to words of my dad. My dad told me, he used to drink, but he told me one day, he said, "You can't drink it all. They'll make more and more of it. You'll be gone, and there'll be the next one." And I see that to this day in the streets of Kenora, the streets of Winnipeg. I was in a conference in Ottawa, and I seen it. It's just terrible. So all of us here have all got gray hair. But some of this knowledge that we were given this gray hair for a reason. It's for wisdom. And I want to use this gray hair as a gift that grandfather gave me and the words that my dad gave me and my brother and my kokum. She was a wise woman. And she brought me up. She brought up Arnold. We all lived in Macintosh together. And I just want to say, let's help these people. Let's help these residential school survivors find out who they are and where they're going. Because not all of them know the trauma that it's caused. I'm not going to be Moses. I'm not going to walk ahead of them. I'm going to walk beside them and say, can I help you? Can you help me? We all need that camaraderie. That's why we have that circle. And maybe that's why I'm back in Macintosh now. It started there in Macintosh, and it's gone full circle. But they say when you go full circle, you die. But I'm not dead yet. So I'm going to continue this search as long as I can and fight the government. Say, we need those dollars. You promised us. Now hold up to your promise. But I'd like to thank you guys again for listening to this. This is a little part of me, but if anybody wants to talk with me, they have my email on our website. And if you want my email, I will give it to you. But I want to thank every one of you for coming, and there's going to be more yet. The more we make known to the northern communities that had their children sent to Macintosh. I want to make sure that we're all a family again, and we can get some closure for everybody. And saying in closing now, I want to thank my team. You've been very supportive. There's only a few of us left, but it only takes one person sometimes to win a fight. That's all it takes. And I have a lady here from the NTCR. She wants to do a little bit presentation, and I have to go do an interview with Sean, one of our cameramen here. So I'll open the floor to Patricia Big George, give her a round. And me too, stand up and clap. Thank you for listening to me.
No, that's good. Oh, bonjour. Bekwan kotok nigo makondotam. Miteganing dish benagos kozga bees and gandish benagos. No gashing. Dish be gagos. English not quite me going. Don't you basically. So my name is Patricia Big George, and I'm the Community Engagement Liaison for Missing Children and Unmarked Burials with the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. So today, is it up? I can't see. Oh, it is. Okay. So today I'm going to be presenting the NCTR Missing Children and Unmarked Burials, Honoring Memories and Seeking Truth. And I want to actually acknowledge that we're on Treaty 1 territory where the Anishinaabe, Dene, and Lakota and the Métis people reside. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. So miigwach kitin enem genit ma kibe bizendoig wa witishindaman wa Pinocchio ketotazimina nasak kiwi no so wa nichibe pigiat. I'm also a residential school survivor, intergenerational survivor, and day school survivor. And when I first went to residential school, my dad had made us, we went to the sweat lodge the night before we took off. And I remember in that sweat lodge, my relatives came and they told us not to forget who we are, not to forget our language, and especially not to forget Anishinaabe. So that's, to me, that stuck, and I didn't, and I'm grateful my grandparents came every 2 weeks to Fort Frances to make sure that we didn't lose our language. So that I'm very grateful for. And I don't know if many of you know Willie Big George, the late Willie Big George. That's who I'm talking about. And I heard somebody mention Father Massey yesterday, and he was responsible for breaking my cousin's arm. And then when my grandfather heard, he came, and of course he was like over 7 feet tall, close to 300 pounds, all muscle. He was chasing the father around the desk to get for doing that to his grandson. So I just had to bring that up of all the things that we've gone through. And then somebody else mentioned this morning too that she didn't get to go back. They didn't accept her back. I too was kicked out because we beat up the nun that was abusing us. And for that I got penalized 90,000. And when they told me they penalized me 90,000, I told them that's good. It was worth it. Keep your money. So anyway, to get on with the missing children and unmarked burials. Let's make sure this is working. So this is the team. There's the Lynn in the dark jacket. She's the community engagement coordinator. And the other lady is Taylor Rubin. She works out in Montreal, and she's the other community engagement liaison. And there's me too. I'm the community engagement liaison. So I passed out the survey yesterday. So to help us, because we are focusing on class action, not class action, I'm sorry. I wrote notes on that when that guy was presenting, on call to action 72 and 73, which is specific for missing children and unmarked burials. So that's what that survey is for. So I just wanted to mention that the content warning, there's health supports here, as everybody had mentioned. They're available if you need anything if anything triggers you. So then the next slide is the guiding principles that we have. This is just too far. Okay. So this is how we approach our work. The missing children and unmarked burials team conduct our work with the knowledge of the children are always present with us, and that our work must always be respectful for them in everything that we do. So again, these are the principles. That's sovereignty and self-determination, accessibility, accountability, and transparency, reciprocity, and confidentiality, and doing no harm. And that is one of the things that we don't want to bring any trauma when we bring this up. If you invite us to your community, we certainly respect that, that you stay safe. So the guiding principle in action is the survivors are centered. They're the most important because their truth, their story is something that has to be kept. And I commend, I forget what his name is, from Red Roots. It's amazing what he's doing, helping that process along to keep the stories alive. And that is something that NCTR wants to do too. So, so the guiding principles, I'm not going to go through all of them. So this brings us to the guiding, which I just talked about, the guiding principles and who we are. That's NCTR. So in 2013, the trust deed and administration agreement were signed between the University of Manitoba and TRC in the ceremony on on National Indigenous Day at the Fort Garry campus. NCTR officially opened in the summer of 2015. In 2016, Stephanie Scott was appointed the NCTR second executive director. In the summer of 2021, there was a land blessing and ceremony for a new building and permanent home for NCTR, which will continue to be located on the University of Manitoba. The target date for the new home completion is 2029, with building expected to start in 2026. So about NCTR, the NCTR was created to preserve the memory and of Canada's residential school system and legacy. On the campus of the University of Manitoba, the NCTR is a permanent home for the statements, documents, and other state materials gathered by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. Our mandate ensures that we preserve the memory of Canada's residential school system and its legacy of all time. The NCTR is overseen by the Governing Circle and includes survivors and representatives of the University of Manitoba and other partners. The Governing Circle is guided by a Survivors Circle as well as elders and knowledge keepers. NCTR is located at the Chancellor's Hall at the University of Manitoba at the Fort Garry campus. Sorry, I forgot to hit the button. Usually I have somebody else with me and they usually do this part. So then this brings us to the NCTR up mandate. As a permanent home for the safe documents and other materials gathered by the TRC, NCTR ensures that the survivors and their families have access to their own history. Educators can share history of the schools with students, and that's just only with the schools and the students and not the survivor stories. Researchers can delve more deeply into the IRS experience. So the researchers, once a community signs a memorandum of agreement, they can actually look at the names, and then once proactive disclosure is signed, they can the researchers have full access to the records that NCTR holds. The public can access historical records and other materials with help from the reconciliation and healing, and that the history of the legacy of the Indian IRS system can never be forgotten. So the NCTR core pillars of mandate, which is research, education, and archive, to be responsible and accountable stewards for the experiences, photos, and memories entrusted with the center by the survivors of residential schools, honoring their families, and ensure that they will never be forgotten. To continue the research and work, begin with the TRC, and this way contribute to the continuing healing and that of the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. So I know it's called Indian Residential School, so to include the Métis and the Inuit, so we just say residential school. The three pillars are, as I had mentioned, our archives, research, and education, to honor and safeguard our history and work to develop research relationships with Indigenous communities and partners with them to assist in development of new resources. Okay, so what happened here? Is it on there? Okay. Again, goals for this is for the engagement on the Missing Children project, to ensure family, they come first with their families, to ensure that we have community development involvement to provide guidance. And this is where we with the survey. We want to hear from you, and we have other information at the table. How you would like us to approach the community. We're developing that process also, even though this initiative is in its third phase. We're still building on some materials that to work with the communities. So we gather the input from families and communities to design the National Student Burial Map, which is part of, it's on the website. So this is the education management. Yeah. And through the education, NCTR seeks to build a foundation or recommendations by promoting public education and understanding the residential schools. Well, there's some errors here. Okay, and so they do a larger history of violent assaults on distinct cultures and identities of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. Education engagement involves kindergarten to grade 12, post-secondary students, professions, I should say, elected officials, public servants, and other departments. So they usually do 3 presentations per week, whether it's virtual or in person. And in 2021, there were 180, 2022, there were 200, and last year there was 176. So the outreach community engagement, which is our team, the 3 of us at the beginning of the first slide that you've seen of the 3 girls there. So this is, Treaty 6, we're going there. We've already been there a few times, but we're doing like another engagement session there. So then in August, well, actually that's next week, we're going to Battleford. And then in Thunder Bay, we'll be going there in September. And I believe Mohawk Institution will be meeting with them in between that time. We just didn't have it on there. So this brings us to the archives and record access. So this is what's... I guess I got to point it right at it. So this is what's currently available. So the NCTR collection, as you can see on there, has over 3 million records, 2,000 hours of audio, video footage, and document from 17 government departments, 132 church entities, 7,000 statement providers. So we have actually 7,000 stories that survivors had done with us. The NCTR, the public records. So this is when you have a proactive disclosure, if a community has that, then they'll be able to access all of that. The public records, I think somebody had mentioned that's where they got the pictures from. You can get all that from on the website itself. Okay, so is it up there? Oh, it is, okay. So accessing your records. So I have forms there that you're able to access your records. There's a third party, and there's also the survivors, and I know a lot of our survivors are not with us. They're slowly leaving us, and so there's a third party process that we can do, and there's a form there also. Okay, so we are bound by legislation for the record access under the NCTR Act. But also, we also follow the PHI, FIA, I guess I should say. And then there it is, FIPA and FIA. So we're bound by that. Depends on from what we actually do is if a survivor is still alive and they want their records, we make that a priority. I know some people, there's rumors out there that it takes a long time. But actually, if you get a hold of us, like the community engagement team will try and help to speed that along. We've had a couple people that apparently it's been a year or something. So then we help speed that up, and within 3 weeks they were able to access their records. Section 3, the call to action 72 is we call upon the federal government to allocate official resources to the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation to allow to develop and maintain the National Residential School System, student death register to established by the Truth and Reconciliation of Canada. So that's what the part of that survey was. And then I know I had to delete some because it was too long. So this is I thought I deleted that one. Okay. So the missing children, so the history is it deals with the death of National Residential School System, deaths of the unmarked residential school students, deaths that require further investigation. So that is it. Nathan? Yeah. Okay. So then this one I'm just going to leave up there for a little bit. Not just quickly. So then this is after the initial initiative, that's the beginning, involved researchers initially reviewing over 2 million records from the extensive search. They identified approximately 400,000 records that could aid in uncovering new student names from across Canada during this initiative. At this stage, this list is not ready yet for public release. Actually, it's actually pretty close. They're actually talking about it. It's a working process at the moment. So sometime in October, they'll be able to release the names of the new names that are not currently on the memorial register. So if you would like to work with the NCTR on that, you can actually get a hold of us and we can help facilitate that relationship to get those to get that going. So collaboration, somebody had mentioned earlier too about collaboration. I totally believe in working together. I know I've spoken to a few survivors across the country, and that is actually what they want. All the communities, all the organizations that are working on residential school system, the legacy, to work together. And as a survivor myself, that's what I would like to see, is that people work together. Okay, so I'll just leave that for there for a couple seconds. That's the support resources and collaborative development of commemorative pathways. the National Student Memorial. So this is the public website that you will see if you go on the NCTR website page. It appears that that you can search for National Student Memorial. You can search for memorial by a specific school, the name of the student, view the entire memorial registered listed. Those are the ones that have given permission to have that publicly known. If you don't give permission, then we don't put it up there. The NCTR, as part of the Missing Children and Unmarked Burials Initiative, is also reviewing the list of, as I had mentioned before. So we acknowledge the communities are doing their own research into missing children, and we certainly support that. And if you need our assistance or any kind of, we would certainly help out with that. And that is not supposed to be that. So this is the book that I believe it's the second edition. I have a copy there, and I'll leave one with Steve and his team. So that's, you can get that online on the online store at NCTR. So the maps, which is Call to Action 73. This, we call upon the federal government to work with churches, Aboriginal communities, and former residential school students to establish and maintain an online registry of residential school cemeteries, including, where possible, plot maps showing the location of deceased residential school children. And they're actually working on that right now, so that if the communities want that public, and how to keep it private, or we can also work with you to, if you wanted to develop your own registry online, we can certainly do the training for that. And the GIS team at the Missing Children and Unmarked Burials team of the GIS unit, they were working on that, and so they'd be able to help you with that. So this is the GIS mapping in unmarked burial research. And to get this going, they actually worked with the Inuit on that. So there will also be an agreement, and they're actually working on it. It's not fully known. We weren't told about it, but they are working on an agreement on that, if you wanted to go that route. So this is the GIS on the NCTR website. And again, there's layers on there that you can see. I guess it's kind of leading to more like a story map, because the story map, it will allow you to put different layers on there on the screen, where you can actually zoom it up with your fingers if you want. You can add whatever you want on there. You can add, say, like if you have a land-based training, you want to give the younger generation the ability to the language and anything, like, anything that has to do with our traditions. You can also put those on there, or you can put I have a video of my brother at St. Mary's. He was sliding down the big slide that they made for us. So whenever that is, I'll probably release it as long as his children say okay to do it on there, to put it on there. So those are the different options that can be done with a GIS system. So the National Burial Repository mapping supports for communities and researchers, as you can see up there. The NCTR is building knowledge, which is I just spoke about, sharing resources. The National Burial Site Repository, which will serve as an online resource to support community research on missing children and unmarked burials. This shared space will be where the communities and researchers can store, access, and work together on mapping, and repository will include basic mapping support for those without access to their own tools, and public open data portal with non-confidential map layers. Map layers, as I had spoken about, there's the square upon square. That's what the layers that they're talking about. And they're actually working on how to make it very so that hackers cannot get into it if you decide to have it into your community. So again, the repository, as we worked across the country with different communities, and some of them are advanced, and as you guys are, the team is getting into that stage too, which is you guys are doing awesome work from what I was hearing on the presentation this morning. So supporting community research on missing children sites. At the NCTR, our role is to protect information and support ongoing research about missing children and unmarked burial sites. Through the burial site repository, communities will have the access to source data, store, and mapping technology. Communities will always retain full ownership, and that is something that we do take seriously, that you own that material, that NCTR is just the stewards, and control the data that they choose to share, so that what you want to share is totally up to you, up to the community, whatever the community decides, including deciding who can view or access any information that they upload. If you upload anything up there, that is your total control who will have access to it. For any information that is shared with NCTR and to use the burial site repository, there will be terms of use agreement that will be created with the community. That again, that's what I was talking about, the memorandum of agreement and proactive disclosure, and then the agreement that they are working on, that'll be between the community and the GIS team. But the community engagement team, which is where I'm at, we just help initially to start to facilitate that for you. Then after that, we don't get involved. So then this is the QR code that we've gone across the country with, and in between is just what the survivors wanted on there. Because when we first started, we just had the QR code. The one on the right is the call to action 72, and the one on the, no, it's left. The one on the left is call to action 72, and the one on the right is call to action 73, the burial register questionnaire. So okay. So I wanted to bring this up, the My Records, My Choice. I think somebody had mentioned it yesterday. As of September 19, 2027, they are actually getting rid of the records of any survivor that went through the IAP process. So you have three options. You can either do nothing, which they will get rid of all the records that was taken on during your IAP process, or you can fill out a form. I have forms there. I can help you fill out those forms. You can either just fill out that form and you want the records for yourself and it'll be totally yours, or you can fill out the other form along with a consent form where the records are sent to NCTR. NCTR Once they receive them, they will send it to you, and it'll be up to you what you want CTR to do with those records. Also, if you do decide to do that, if you want them kept private, they will be kept private. If you want them to go ahead and let it be known, we will also do that. It's totally up to the survivor. So the forms are up there. So I also want to mention that My Records, My Choice has nothing to do with NCTR, but we just want people to know that those records will be eliminated. So this is the numbers that we have for any support that you want if nobody's available. So I'll just leave that up there for just a couple seconds there. So that brings us to the end of this presentation. And I was trying to make it go quickly so the next presentation will have more time. So, miigwech. What if the survivor is dead? That's where we have the consent form. The third party consent, not consent form, third party, sorry. The third party form that's with the NCTR.
Are they threatening to erase the residents of full survivor stories?
That's not the, that's through the IAP process. If you went through the IAP process, you know, where you got the 3,000 per year, was it per year? And then if you only took that, it won't affect you. But if you went further, the next level, so you went through the IAP process, the independent assessment process, if you went through that, which would, you know, you went and told your story with the adjudicator, with your lawyers and your support person, anything that went through that process, they're going to get rid of them. They're not threatening, they're going to get rid of them.
So is it valuable for our people to retain those stories?
Yes, I have forms there. If you wanna get them, have them preserved, you will have to fill out those forms.
What's the deadline on that?
September 19, 2027.
So that history will be erased if we don't fight for that, eh?
Yeah. You have three options: do nothing, they'll get erased. The other option is you fill out the form, you want the records yourself, they'll be sent to you. The other one is you fill out the form and the consent form, and then for NCTR to get that records for you, and then we'll send you the records.
Thank you very much. Oh, I didn't know that sort. Oh, thank you very much. Okay, geez, everything they got, we got a deadline on. They never had a deadline on us. Just until we're dead, I guess that's it. Okay, I have some gift packages here, but I also want to let you know there are two vendors out here. The one on the left-hand side and the one out at the door. They have some stuff that they would like you to support their business. And also we have some gift packs here. Archie Hyacinth, are you here? We got a gift pack for you. We got you $2, a package of smokes, and a trip downtown to the shopping center at Value Village. No problem, chum. Catherine Frobisher, we got a prize for you here. Catherine Frobisher, are you here? Okay, well, she can come and get it there. Jason Frobisher, are you out there? We got you a prize. This one here. Arnold Pelly and Adrian Kichik. I'm so excited, eh? I was remembering my first wife. Arnold Pelly? Mike Oberscher. Oh. Okay, we got. Okay, I hope we got everyone. Adrian, Arnold, Jason, Catherine, Archie, and Mike. Do you have anyone that I missed? There's one more left there. Mike Frobisher. How many mics out there? Okay, so we're going to call on, where the heck did I have it here? Steve Land. Oh, that's right too, yeah. Okay, I got it all mixed up here. Okay, we're going to go on to, where the heck we got everything? Is there any doctors here? Some kind of doctor? Any lawyers? Indian chiefs? Okay, we're going to call on Mr. Pelly here to come up here and do a presentation. And then we got some more gifts, so stick around. We got trucks, cars, motors. Yeah, what else we got? Oh, I can't tell you the rest. I know I mixed the notes up here. So you want to share it there for this? I'll take half that stuff off there so it won't fall off there. Happened yesterday.
Hello, everybody. I'm Brian Pelly. I'm with the Grand Council Treaty 3 office. I'm the trauma-informed coordinator for them. And I also do the land-based activities, and I do the traditional teachings for them. And I'm a part of the IRS team. I'm just going to be going through this presentation with you guys, and I'm not really big on talking in front of people, so just bear with me. This is our Grand Council Treaty 3 program here. the history of our logo. There is the Indian Residential School Department logo was specially created and born from the heart of the community, inspired fresh ideas from the youth. The IRS team launched a logo contest in 2020, which was open to our younger generation from many creativities, submissions that we selected designs, and we chose from one person there, and the little artist here was a 16-year-old Erin Red Sky from Show Lake 40. She was the one that designed our logo here. Donald Kelly was the one that that came up with the traditional name for our name. I have a problem saying it. I think it's Wiikwogaming, which translates into in support of each other. Yeah, this is what our logo has. This is what our logo was made from. Our mandate. Let me fix this thing here. Our mandate for this is the Indian Residential School Department of Grand Council Treaty 3 is mandated to provide one-on-one support for the Indian Residential School and the day school survivor claim process, as well as the provincial support to provide support and services throughout the awareness of traditional teachings in respects to rebuilding its families and communities. Healing became to us as a result of the Indian Residential School legacy here. Oh, I'm not getting slow here. Yeah, the program this is our program overview. To provide ongoing support and engagement for the Indian Residential School survivors, intergenerational survivors, and their families. Our goal is to imply seasonal quarterly ceremonies and focusing on the Anishinaabe traditional teachings. These ceremonies will offer a safe space and for reflection, healing, and connecting to the land and Mother Earth, as well as providing mental health support for the IRS survivors and their families to ensure our survivors and receiving mental health support for the healing journey and coordinating various land-based activities align each season and provide traditional teachings associated with specific holidays such as, but not limited to, the MMIWG Awareness Days and Indigenous People Days, signing of the Treaty Day, and National Day for Truth and Reconciliations. These activities will allow our survivors to connect with families, community members, and traditional knowledge keepers to create a sense of belonging and togetherness. Opportunities to learn and share traditional Anishinaabe language, sacred medicines, and traditions or ceremonies. Ensuring that cultural knowledge and traditions will pass down for the future generations as our ancestors have done with us. These are the programs that we provide. We're with the 60 Scoop, awareness gatherings and welcome home ceremonies, the Mimawan language camps, awareness walks, the drum socials. We usually have that like in Kenora. We do that there since it's powwow season. We put a hold on that there, and we'll usually do that in the winter time. Our elder and youth knowledge transfers of traditional language and land use, grief and loss workshops, the IRS healing journey stories and interviews, seasonal IRS monument ceremonies. We do that like for the spring and the fall. We do that for all those monuments like that are around in Kenora, Macintosh and Rap Portage. There's one there, and wherever there's one there, we'll go to those places and do ceremonies there and do the flag raisings there. We do moccasin making, powwows, and we help with powwows, and then do hand drum making, quill making, self-awareness workshops, star teachings, traditional food harvesting, berry picking, wild rice picking, and processing fish, and hunting and trapping, etc. Traditional medicine picking, traditional parenting, and traditional ribbon skirt making, traditional stories, water talk, women's teachings, full moon ceremonies, open sweats, the IRS healing circle. These are the services that we provide: is the emotional support, the mental health support, spiritual guidance, building a healthy identity for the sense of belonging, working towards trauma-free lifestyle, finding elders, contacts, and various healings, wellness initiatives for Pacific to the Grand Council Treaty 3. The programs for both the Western and traditional lands. We offer advocates for mental health, spirits, and physical support during Grand Council Treaty 3 events. We come and we offer our support. We support in obtaining these 4 medicines there: sage, cedar, sweetgrass, and tobacco. Cultural support during traditional ceremonies and supporting traditional protocols. Maintaining a safe environment for self and others, and the environment. This is our team right here. Mackenzie Archie is our IRS cultural coordinator. She was here yesterday. Yeah, she's the one that's the brains of the outfit on our team. We listen to her, and she's very, very smart and knows what she's doing. Then Cheyenne Ogama is our IRS administrator assistant. We have Stephanie Coudere. She's the IRS cultural support worker, and she does a lot of work with a lot of different things there. So she works a lot with the women's programming and everything. We got Haley Jacquelak. She's the IRS support and services coordinator, but she also does the administrative stuff for us, and and she's the one that's training Cheyenne how to do everything. Yeah, so she's like kind of like the little Mackenzie in training. And then there's me there. I'm the trauma informed coordinator, the land-based activities and the cultural teachings. We have Rachel Snowball there. She's the MMIWG coordinator. And then we have Kaylin Archambault. She's the JP navigator. And then we have Autumn Windigo. And she's also the JP navigator. We have two offices, and one is in Fort Francis, and the other one is in Kenora. We're all split up. This is who we support. The Grand Council Treaty 3 Indian Residential School Department provides support in all of our 28 communities located in the Northwest Ontario, spanning into the northern Manitoba. The Indian Residential School the Indian Residential School survivors, the day school survivors, the 60 scoop survivors, the intergenerational trauma survivors, the MMIW and families. We do also help with the Indian boarding home class action application supplements. We do those applications with the people, and the First Nation Child and Family Services Jordan Principal supplement applications. We help in all those things, and we support them. This is the Anishinaabe Nations of Treaty 3, and this is where we all help all the communities in the 28 communities that are in the Treaty 3 area. What is an Indian residential school? In the late 1800s, the Department of Indian Affairs and various churches took approximately 24,000 children from their homes to attend residential schools. The desired government outcome was to teach First Nations children to become self-sustaining members of the non-First Nation community. Nearly 50% of these students that went to these residential schools never returned back home. The Indian residential school and monuments in the Treaty 3 area is the St. Mary's in Kenora, the St. Anthony's, in 1920 to 1968. Just checking if it was on the same page here. The school point from 1902 to 1929, the Chelsea Jeffrey School in Kenora and Shoal Lake from 1920 to 1965. St. Mary's and Fort Francis from 1920 to 1968. The McIntosh and Vermilion Bay from 1925 to 1969. Pelican Lake and Sioux Narrows, or Sulakot, in 1926 to 1978. What are the impacts today that resulted in the residential school system? They lost their identity and their language, loss of cultural teachings, loss of traditional kinship, severe PTSD, suicide, dysfunctional family systems, self-destructive behaviors, addictive behaviors, and substance misuse, physical, mental, and physical and sexual abuse, lateral violence, gossip, etc., unresolved trauma and grief, and poverty. Yeah, this thing's not switching. Here we go. Day school. The Indian day school were segregated in educational institutions that operated in Canada from the late 19th centuries until the 2000s. These schools were intended to assimilate Indigenous children into mainstream Canadian society by erasing their cultural practices, languages, and traditions. More than 150,000 Indigenous students attended these institutions. The difference between the day school and the residential schools of the Indian day school system was closely linked to the larger residential school systems. However, there are important distinctions between the two, namely that students were educated in their own communities and returned home to their families at the end of each day. Students would return to their homes after school hours. This would allow them to have some level of connection of their families and communities. However, this also meant that the students faced cultural conflicts. They had to navigate between the traditional upbringings of their home and what they learned in school. The residential schools had students staying in the schools away from their families and deteriorated them from learning their culture. The Indian day schools were in Eagle Lake, Fort Francis, St. Mary's, French Bay, Grassy Narrows, Lac LaCroix Elementary, Frenchman's Head, Treaty Point, Canoe River School, Keswick Bay, White Pine Ridge, Manitou Rapids, Northwest Angle School, Northwest Bay, Pelican Lake, Rat Portage, Sabaskong, Seine River, Shoal Lake 39, St. Mary's in Kenora, Wabagoon, Whitefish Bay, and Saugeen. We usually keep updates on the residential school working group. There's numbers there that you can follow along on our website. We try to update everything on there as we go along and we gather information. We do the 60 scoop. And again, that's Stephanie Couture's thing there. I usually sit in on there once in a while whenever she's out of town, and we have a group and it's usually on a Saturday, so in the morning. So we try to help each other out when we need assistance and stuff. So our team is pretty good at that. The Indian boarding home class action applications, we do that, and we go to communities, and all 28 communities, we try to assist them and help them. And if you're in Kenora, you can stop in our offices and we'll assist you if one of us are there. And you can call and we can make appointments, and we can bring you in and we can help you do this there. There's a claim 1 form and there's a claim 2 form. The claim 2 form is like all the abuse that you endured while you were placed in these homes while you were going to school. The application 1 is just like putting in your information and giving names of where the towns and people that you went to school with, and the name of the school and the name of the towns that you were in. That's what that is all about. These are our posters that we use. And we usually put up updates. And these are some of the frequently asked questions that that are asked. We support the MMIWG. If you need any help or a call, these are the helplines for support. Well, this is our presentation that we had there. Mackenzie was supposed to do this yesterday or today, but I took it anyways, and I'm here. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Okay, everybody. So our agenda for the afternoon is a little bit, we'll just change things up a bit. So I think it makes it easiest if we're going to now move on to the art session piece of our agenda. And then after that, you're all free to take a break before the casino. And again, that is leaving by 5 o'clock? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So again, I kind of went around to each table to let you know that we are going to have a men's side and a women's side, and Paige and Jason are each going to take lead on each side in doing a piece of art that will be in honor of, you know, your loved ones or the children that were at the residential schools with you. And we actually want to take every piece that is created, laminate it, and then put it at the monument. Of course, during certain parts of the season, because I would never leave them there during the winter. But it's really important to us that you take part in this. I think that you'll really enjoy it. It's supposed to be fun. You're supposed to, don't take it too seriously. I can't really draw a stick figure myself, but Jason and Paige are great teachers. So again, if ladies, if you could connect over here on this side, and gentlemen, if you could connect over here, and that would be great. Thank you so much.
In the meantime, we're going to draw some stuff. We're going to take some more gifts we got here, books and stuff that's given out. So as soon as we're going to do that, is just get over here by your art stuff there. So I call your name out, just come and get your gift, okay? Okay, for the gift set, it's Sherry Ackaby, are you out there? Sherry Ackaby. Okay, got a prize over here. You could pick it out one here if you want. Pardon? Oh, it's a gift. I'm sorry, not a prize. Everything is a gift. It's a prize. Okay, the next prize is me. That goes on the girl's side. Catherine? No. Mel Hardy. He's gone. Or he's in the washroom. Okay, the next one is Shane. Are you out there, Shane? You got a prize. Not a prize, a gift. Sorry, all these are gifts. Even if I say prize, it's a gift. Aaron, you have a gift. Please come up and get your gift, Aaron. Aaron, you have a gift up here. Yeah. Tanya Fournier. It's all, on this side there. Yeah, one of them. We got door prizes. As soon as we get that door prize machine, we're going to operate that so we can come up and give away the prizes for the door prize. We got 3 doors. You can pick whatever door you want, take it home, and that's it. And for you ladies out there, I'm still single after 9 o'clock. My wife goes to bed at 8 o'clock. Yeah. Now, I'd like to thank everybody here that was participated, even the cooks. Boy, I'm telling you, all that macaroni went really fast. Here he is, coming looking for his woman again, cowboy hat and all, ready for a yard a shootout somewhere. That girl that did the artwork, man, she was fantastic. The only thing I drew was a stick man, and he wouldn't let me show it. I drew a little Ojibwe one. Hello? I love you too. I know I can't make it tonight, honey. I'm here at a casino. I'm not at the casino, at a conference. I love you so much too. I'll talk to you later, Charlie. I can't talk to you now. Okay, so we're gonna spin the door prize soon. Who is it? Who won it? Okay, if your name is up here, come and get your prize. It's a door prize here, up here in front. I don't know which prize it is. So I'll have to talk to Shanna. What does it matter what prize? I can't hear you. You'll have to come up here. I can't hear you. A beautiful art package from Anishinaabe Nation. Anishinaabe Nation. A beautiful art pack. Who's the winner? Okay, we'll roll her again. Evelyn Petaquan. Oh, what? Holy cow, you're gonna, oh boy, that's really a good prize. Next prize, me. Wrapped in a tree, a flag. 3D tree flag. Who? Darlene Straight Nose, are you here? Going once, gone. Okay, roll her again. Oh, now you can fly it high in the sky. What's the other one?
Is a 100% wool blanket with artwork by Daryl Big George.
Let's roll.
Okay, I guess it is.
Holy gee, nobody wants a good blanket. You want to. If this was winter, they'd all be bugging for that blanket. Holy man, they're lucky there. Catherine won. Okay. That's it? Okay, we got 4 prizes left, or 4 gifts left. I don't know what you want to do till nobody claimed them yet. I call all the names twice and they're.
Set them aside because those
Okay.
are for speakers. So
Okay. Okay, so that's about it, eh? There's no more agenda items. I can't find any. I got to talk to. Okay, for those that are traveling early in the morning, we got breakfast served here at the embassy room, eh? Yes, yeah, the embassy room is just down the hall. So we're, what time? 6 to 10. It's just a short day, but anybody wants breakfast, you can get ready to go there. Now we're going to call on the drum group if there's no other stuff. Again, we'd like to thank you on behalf of McIntosh Residential School and its survivors for this great conference that we had. And we wish you all a safe journey to your destinations. And if I ever see you again, I hope that we can shake hands and still be friends after even all the mistakes I've done. And for that lady looking at me like I'm single, she watched her walk. There she's got her eyes. She can't. Oh, there she is again. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. I'd like to thank Belinda and Yvette. I don't know, I just want to thank you. And Doug. Okay, I would like you to understand this. We not understand this, but I would like all those who wants to join in for the healing song. And this is the last of this great conference. And thank you, Arnold. You've did a wonderful job. Drum groups, you've done a great job. So anybody want to participate? And that's it. For now, it's Moccasin Joe signing off, and hope to meet you along the trails again. And I hope all we can do is just shake hands and be friends. It's all we need in this life. And remember, okay, for all those that want to join in, please help us out on our